Alrighty, everybody, welcome to the pre-finals here. This is going to be the first of several pre-finals we have going on here. Patrick Coleman alongside Brett Baldeck, and we're going to bring you all the action here, our car chasers, as the N35s are underway. And we are racing here in the N35 Rental Cup. And it is going to be Randy Bader Jr. leading the field here. He got pole position in qualifying earlier on. He starts the field from the front. It is going to be 8 minutes plus a lap, and this is going to be a fantastic race. We had a good time here yesterday with the N35s here, Brett, and honestly, I'm looking forward to see how this one pans out as they make their way through the infield.
Yeah, they were pretty clean yesterday, especially in the pre-final. I don't think there was any contact or any off-track whatsoever, but you could see them snaking their way down the back straightaway here, down the hill, and pretty evenly matched off the start here. We'll see if they're. What we saw yesterday was the top two began to battle, and that really brought everyone else, accordion everyone, back into the event as they're coming down now off the final corner to complete the first lap, and everything pretty clean, and everyone using their manners so far early on in this pre-final.
A warning for Carlo Diaz as, we've seen a few drivers drop down the order. Carter Thompson and Michael Maker have dropped well down the order. They've dropped 8 positions each on the last lap. Carlo Diaz has been issued a warning for tramline violations in that cart number 26, currently in P6 at the moment. Randy Bader Jr. still leads from Marcos Bittencourt as they will continue to make their way coming through now. Coming through the infield on the run down the hill, and if you can get a good slipstream here, you already see a defensive move being made there from Randy Bader Jr. and Marcos Bittencourt, who won the final last time out in this class. And side-by-side action, and that's going to be a move attempted, but not a move for the lead. And that is going to be a good attempt there. And you can already see the beauty of these rental carts. They are pretty much all on equal footing. And so they're all going to be fighting in pretty much equal machinery for the most part. So I think these are some of the first times that these carts have been run here this weekend. I think the first time that these carts have actually been used, which I could be wrong, was yesterday when we did the N35 Rental Cup. And once again, I'm pretty positive that these are the cars that are actually usable if you come to MCC Cincinnati KartPlex. One more thing to note is Carter Thompson under investigation for, I believe that is accident or avoidable contact.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday race officials were really not afraid to, crack out the rule book. So we're seeing that early on here in our N35 Cup Pre-Final. So up front, it's Bader Jr., Bittencourt, and Klein, 1, 2, 3 in a line, and then this is the second pack that you see on your screen, 4th, 5th, and 6th of those carts there. So you can see the distance that the lead pack has put on already to the second pack. So they're going to have to start racing up front if this pack wants any chance to get back up to the lead. You can see, we mentioned before, some of the drivers that are in the professional series. You can see there's a fire suit in there. So that is, I believe, Will Wilkie that is racing. So again, we talked about professionals taking some time to turn some laps in these rental carts as well. Any track time is a good experience you can use later on in the day.
Oh yeah, especially, or, I mean, definitely as avoidable contact. 5-second time penalty for Carter Thompson, who's currently down into 12th. He won this pre-final yesterday. Now currently sitting in 12th with a 5-second pen. As good battles happening all throughout here. And that is going to be our top 3. Bader Jr., Bittencourt, and Klein all battling it out. As Randy Bader Jr. will still hold the lead coming into the next lap. I mean, these 3 are pretty much nose to tail. Max Klein was the fastest out of this bunch, or second fastest, ahead of Randy Bader himself. So Randy Bader Jr. really doing really good in these rental karts. And I believe this is the only category he's competing in here today is these rental karts. And hey, I mean, you picked a pretty good class to jump into if you only picked one, because this is a spectacular battle.
Yeah, what great experience to say, you know, I jumped in a rental car and beat some of the top names in the pro division, pro cup division. As you can see, even though they were battling the top three, they've been able to accordion back together. And then farther back, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on your screen there, and they're really dicing it up here, so they're not going to be able to close the gap to the leaders at all. Again, this is just a pre-final, so they want to get as many points, better starting position for the final. You can see these, another group of, looks like they'll coordinate back together, so a group of 5 behind the top 3 as they snake their way down front straightaway. More passes here. That is the 26 of Carlo Diaz making a pass there, so put Carlo up to the 4th position here in the pre-final.
That'll put him up a spot, and we'll see if he can try to maybe make his way to the podium. About 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in the N35 Cup Pre-Final. It is still Randy Bader Jr. ahead of Marcos Bittencourt and Max Klein. Our top 3 here still into session, and we do have a pretty good train here coming through the infield. That will be Carlo Diaz all the way down to, I think it's about Cole Christopherson. And we'll see how this one is going to shake up. Actually, yeah, it is all the way down. I think it's actually down to Marcos Batchum as well. So, got some good fights here. Coming across the line now, it should be about roughly 2 to 3 laps to go here in this one. As they'll make their way across the line. So it'll be about an additional 3 laps here, roughly, as they make their way through. These top drivers should have enough time to come across the line just before the 1 to go signal, as their lap times are within the 107s. They had about a 112 coming across the line, with Marcos Bittencourt taking the fastest lap here. And he was only less than a tenth behind Randy Bader Jr. And Randy Bader Jr. going to be in that green cart up in the front, the number 20, as he will continue to fight his way through. But look at this, Marcos Bittencourt, he's got the run, he's got the speed, but he will not go for the lunge. He will tuck back in, and it'll be 2 more laps to go here. This lap plus another, unless these drivers drastically slow up here in the last parts of the Barcelona sector.
Yeah, Bittencourt looks like he may have found something in the last couple of laps. Again, you mentioned getting that fastest time, and now just right on the bumper of Randy Bader Jr. Again, they're going to get 2 to go this time by, so we'll see if Bittencourt is able to make a move in these last 2 laps. Maybe just buying the time, waiting for this lap to click off, then maybe make a pass on the final lap. But they got to be careful, because Max Klein in 3rd is waiting in the wings there. You also see some of the friends, family, crew members along the fence line kind of giving signals to some of these drivers in these rental karts about how fast or how close someone is behind them. It's not as easy to look behind with in these rental karts. You're strapped in pretty tight, and then also you have the head bar right behind you. So you can see they're coming down the hill here, strapping it up, and you can see the gap between 1st through 3rd, and then here is 4th through about 7th as they're coming around these final corners now to take the white flag.
It'll be a white flag around this time by, and we're going to see just if this battle can really shake up. And yeah, these rental cars, it is impossible to really look behind you. They do strap you in pretty tight. Once again, I work at a rental track, and I would know, as Marcos Bittencourt was looking for the move, almost lost the spot to Max Klein there in the process. So Bittencourt trying to take a bite out of the lead of Randy Bader Jr. as he looks for it again. Marcos, you can tell Marcos isn't that, he's got the purple shirt going ahead and trying to fight his way through, and he will just give it everything here. But now he's under pressure from Max Klein going through. So this is going to be a tough fight here at the end, and that's a pass there for position coming through the midfield. And Randy Bader Jr. does hold on to that position, and now Marcos Bittencourt will be under a lot of pressure from Max Klein, who did set the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 106.970. And they're going to make their way to the line now, and it is going to be Randy Bader Jr. taking victory here in the N35 Pre-Final. And what a race it was for him. He led perfect control from start to finish, and on Marcos Bittencourt and Max Klein rounding out your podium sponsor. Carlos Diaz will come across the line. It'll be Alex Zacharsico and Cole Christopherson getting ahead of Will Wilgeter on the last lap, ahead of Marcus Batshorn, Shane Hambrick, Michael Maker, and then it'll be Carter Thompson, who does have the 5-second time penalty, Isaac Garner ahead of Wyatt Carnes, Gabby Batshorn, and Shepard Siebel, rounding out your N35 Cup Pre-Final. Next time around, we'll go ahead and kick things off with the 206 Masters and Super Masters Final, coming at you here in a few minutes. All right, here we go. It is time for our next round of the day. It is going to be 206 Masters and the 206 Super Masters Pre-Final as we get ready to rock and roll here for the second one here of the day. And this one is going to be a spectacular one. Starting grid on your screens now. Alan Elwood, Matthew Lida, Doug Cook, and Chris Gorman, your top four. So we're going to just go ahead and see how this one shapes up, and this is going to be a good run here as they get ready to come through the tram lines. And it is going to be Alan Elwood leading this field here. And actually, I think it's actually Evan McCorkadale who's right at the front. And there is an issue, I think, with the cart. One of the carts well off the tram line there. As it'll be green flag racing, and away we go. And McCorkadale not quite getting the greatest of starts he would have wanted. He does get jumped by Matt Geiser at the start. So it's going to be a very good run here. Very competitive run here as we make our way through this race. 8 minutes plus a lap here. And once again, this is just going to be a super competitive session. Al Elwood is your current championship leader. And actually, he's got a pretty good margin here. 1,750 points compared to Carson Noble in second with 1,318 points. So pretty good championship lead there for Alan Elwood. And in the Supermasters, it is actually going to be Scott Monsian leading the championship, but he is not competing here today. So Chris Gorman's got a really good chance to really make up some numbers.
Yeah, it was a mess back there throughout the first lap. Behind, I would say, the top six, they were kind of really scrumming it up for a position there, and you can see what that's done to the field. pretty spread out with several different groups of 3 as Alan Elwood continues to lead with, of course, the best lap so far early on in this race. But yeah, we've got a pretty spread out field already really early in this event. But does anyone have anything for Alan Elwood? Been strong all weekend in our round yesterday, early on in qualifying today as well. We'll see if there's anyone that's able to put up a fight here. As you can see, there is already a slight gap for Alan Elwood in the lead here as they go through these final corners before the start finish line.
Yeah, it's going to be a great run for these drivers. We'll see who can really start making the positions. Like Corkadale already back up into second place. He's got the yellow helmet and the green helmet and the bright yellow cart as he's making his way down. Alan Elwood now in the number 5. He's gonna hold on pretty nicely. He just has the fastest lap of the session. And René Moller will get one onto Mike Doty as it's gonna be a fast and furious run coming through the first 2 corners before making their way down towards the infield section of the racing track. As we do have a very good battle right here, led by Chris Gorman and René Moller, your top 2 drivers in the 206 Supermasters. Once again, for Masters and Supermasters, Masters are ages 30 and up, and Supermasters are ages 50 and up. So some very experienced drivers in this field, and they have a lot of wisdom that a lot of the younger classes that we'll see racing later could definitely learn a lot from.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of experience. I think that's why we're seeing, also the spread out field is some of these drivers definitely have hundreds of laps around this racetrack. Also, we talked about it yesterday. We're now in the afternoon hours, heat of the day, tires heat up quicker. But looks like Alan Elwood is still able to pull out to almost just under a second of a lead. We'll see if that gap is able to grow even further when they come around the line one more time. So Matt Geist and Evan McCorkindale are going to have to put together something, maybe work together if they have any chance in catching that number 5 car of Alan Elwood.
Now they're going to have to really they're going to have to fight for it. It's not going to be easy at all. And you're going to have to really try to fight it because, I mean, there's some really strong pace throughout this field, right? I mean, Alan Elwood has been quick all weekend long. Same with Matt Geist. McCorkindale also been pretty strong here as well. So it's going to be a tough one to really catch up to any of these drivers as Alan Elwood just has the new fastest lap of the race, a 58.120 on lap 4 here as we are in the second half of regulation before the final lap here. So we're going to see now the only driver who's already made up any ground in like our top 5 was Chris Gorman, who made up about 89 milliseconds to the front of the pack. I mean, there's still some pretty sizable gaps here, and it looks like Alan Elwood might start to check out here at this stage, and there'll be Matt Geist and Evan McCorkindale fighting to sort out the rest of this podium. And they're going to make their way now through mini Barcelona.
It does look like Elwood is starting to check out, as you can see, just the spread of the field across the track as they're coming down the front straightaway. Again, this is just a pre-final, so definitely if you're maybe a Matt Geist, want to make some changes to your kart based on these conditions, you definitely have time. Plenty of time to do that between now and the finals. You can see there is a little bit of a battle farther back in the field. That is the 8th and 9th, I believe. So Mike Doty and Greg Leahy, or 7th and 8th, excuse me. So that was the best battle on the racetrack as they're still lined up there. Looks like that battle's not over just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a fast and furious battle up until the last couple of laps for certain. So we should be expecting a really strong fight between these drivers as they will continue to make their way coming out through into mini Barcelona. It's going to be a massive run here. You got 4 cars running into these corners led by Chris Gorman. And we're just going to have to see, or sorry, that's not led by Chris Gorman, that is led by Justin Hart will lead that field around. And then you also have the 225 Greg Leahy leading his own train just a bit further back. As we do have 2 minutes to go, so it should be about 3, maybe 4 laps at the absolute most. Carson Noble does get a spot onto Mike Doty, and they're going to continue to just snake their way around this racetrack. They're going to look for any kind of gap humanly possible to try to find their way into, but they still do have the final later on today that they do need to worry about.
Yeah, and also we haven't seen anyone go off track that we're aware of. Looks like it was a pretty clean start. So everyone's got what they got for this pre-final. I think between the pre-final and the final, you'll see a little different types of racing. Obviously, you want to save your kart for the final. Don't want to do anything drastic here in the pre-final. So I think get everyone manners maybe. And then once you get in the final, especially this is the second day of racing, so they know they don't have to come back tomorrow. And as I said, it looks like someone went off the dirt just slightly, maybe scrubbed a little bit of speed, no harm, no foul, but definitely expecting to see a little bit more aggression maybe in the final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, especially because the thing is, right, I mean, especially because, you know, from yesterday to today, they would have known for most of them, some of them only intended on doing the one day. We've seen a few drivers only show up for the Sunday round, or some only show up for the Saturday round. It happens with these double headers, but for the drivers who are competing in both, they also have to think like, well, I mean, if I trash my car now, then I won't have one for tomorrow more than likely. So they want to have some kind of restraint, but I agree. Tomorrow, that's the big one. That is the final of the weekend for these drivers, and they're gonna be gone because then they'll have a break until at least mid-September before they have to come back again and continue. But I do want to point out, Chris Gorman just got a record in 206 Supermasters, a 57.971 from Kart 34, as we got 2 laps to go here.
Yeah, time is running out for anyone that may be in a fierce battle for position, but you can see pretty well spread out. We're searching, not looking for, or not seeing, excuse me, any major battles going on right now. There is the best one, I think, on the track right now. That is I believe that is the 19. So that is for a podium position between 3rd and 4th of McCorkdale and Chris Gorman. 2 different classes, but they're still battling it out here as we are rounding the final corner and taking the white flag here in the pre-final.
White flag here this time by McCorkdale, looking for a move on to Chris Gorman. He will want the retake, and these 2 drivers will battle each other out as our top 2 are really just in a race of their own at the moment. Chris Gorman still trying to hold off Evan McCorkdale, as Matt Noble and Mike Doty are going to continue to trade positions around. And they're going to go ahead and just make their way now through the infield, heading to Barcelona for one last time here in the pre-final. And this one is going to be a spectacular run. Down the hill they go. Now coming into mini Barcelona. Are we going to see any major changes here? I do believe the answer is going to be no. And coming across the line now, it'll be Alan Elwood taking victory here in the 206 Master Pre-Final, with Chris Gorman taking the top step in 206 Supermasters, excuse me, with the record to boot. He'll round out the podium. It'll be Alan Elwood ahead of Matt Geist, Chris Gorman, Evan McCorkdale, and then we're going to see how the rest of the field shakes. A few more positional changes here coming across the line. And it looks like the rest of the field will finish as so. So it'll be Alan Elwood, Matt Geist, Chris Gorman, who did get the lap record for the 206 Supermasters, Evan McCorkdale, Justin Hart, Renee Moeller, Greg Leahy, Carson Noble, Matt Noble, and Mike Doty rounding out your top 10. And then your remaining finishers are going to be Emerson Jarvis, Don Harrington, and Braden Jarvis rounding out your 13 kart field today. When we come back, 206 Juniors will be the next class taken to the track for their pre-final.
garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome on back, and this time we're going to go and get ready to go here as we get ready for our next fantastic class coming at you here. It'll be the 206 Juniors getting ready to give it a go for their pre-final. It is a small class, but a mighty class here. As we get ready, it is 6 drivers, and we are already racing here. It is green light, and away we go. Now making our way down into turn number 2. It's going to be a feisty battle. We know these 206 Juniors love to give it a go here. And they will fight tooth and nail for every single position on this racetrack. And I mean, it is always such a blast to watch these young drivers go ahead and give it a go. Once again, just to remind everybody, 206 Juniors, ages 12 to 15. And that is a fantastic age group to really get your groove in karting, as they will make their way now coming through Barcelona. And they're going to make their way through the nice and tight S's here. This track is the MCC National Layout. It is a 1,125 meters around, and it is a beautiful, beautiful circuit. I mean, I need to give this track a try at some point, as William Richard does take the fast lap, and Ethan Langley actually will take the lead here on the opening stages of the race, and they are still nose to tail. Langley, Richard, and He-Man all fighting for the lead.
Yes, this class was pretty covered up in qualifying. All 6 were kind of in a line. A little bit of a different, what we're seeing, a little different formation with the top 3 clearly trying to break away from the rest of the field. It looks like Casson Mathen, trying to get back up to the top 3, but last lap around really had a good set right through here, was able to catch back up, but just looked like on the straightaway didn't get a good drive off. We'll see, able to close the gap at all this time by, but the top 3 remain nose to tail with still 6 minutes left as they cross the line this time by. When will anyone make a move? If anyone makes a move, are they going to wait till the late stages of this event and try and gap the rest of the field as much as they can?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because that's kind of been the mindset for some of these classes, is just manage your tires, manage the pace, don't go full send yet unless you're absolutely certain you can get the move done, or if it's the white flag and this is pretty much your only shot to actually do it. If you have the opportunity, go for it, but if you don't have the opportunity, then do not force the issue. To finish first you must finish, and if you take your card out now, then it might be a tough task to get it back ready for the final later on this afternoon. So it's going to be a fast run here. We'll see if we're going to find any other positional changes. Nothing just yet. And I mean, right now, William Richard might have a good run onto Ethan Langley, but it's going to be tricky as Homer He-Man's already right there. Also, applying equal pressure now as they run their way through, coming to the infield. And going to be nice and neat through these, basically these twin hairpins, as they will go to make their way now down the run to Mini Barcelona, where is honestly the best overtaking opportunity on this racetrack. You you get a good run down here, getting a good nice slipstream, and you'll be in a prime opportunity to make a move for position.
Keep an eye on Homer Heeman there in the 3rd position. Just kind of waiting back there if the Ethan Langley and William Richard decide to start dicing it up at any point between now and the end of the race. Homer Heeman could be the spoiler and take home the win here, because you can see just how tightly packed they are going into this first turn. Still really just evenly matched karts, able to gap the rest of the field by over 3 seconds now. So they clearly are the 3 favorites, but they don't want to probably mix it up too early. They don't want a chance for the rest of the field to accordion back. But Homer Heeman there in 3rd, waiting in the wings.
He is just waiting, like an apex predator, waiting for a moment to snatch a position away from these drivers, as he does have the fastest lap of the race so far, a 57.673. And he will now just kind of stay right there in the gap. Casey Bathen kind of in a race of his own at the moment in that 612 kart. And then you have Jensen Wolf a bit further back in the 27 kart, and then the 67 kart of Hayden Ruggiero. So in the back there, just having a grand old time, just racing through this fantastic circuit. And now just snaking their way, coming on through the 2nd and 3rd corners, now making their way down to the infield. It's going to be about 3 minutes plus a lap to go here on this one. And the battles are still going to be red hot. As there is Kason Bathen just making his way through, trying to get back up to this pack, but this pack is, they're not doing anything super duper risky at the moment, and that's one way. If you start battling too much and you start sending too many dive bombs up the inside, then you lose a lot of time, and then Kason Bathen really becomes a part of this race.
Yeah, we are showing the rest of the are clearly the best battle that we have on the racetrack at this very moment. And I've always wondered, we wondered a lot yesterday, do you wait to make your move when you see the white flag flash up at the flag stand, or do you want to try and make your move a little bit earlier on? But it looks like they are content right now to run nose to tail these top 3. Again, the distance between them and the 4th place driver is now over 5.5 seconds. So they are the class of the field, these top 3 here. Just biding their time, waiting for this clock to tick down, and then maybe they'll start making some moves again. Just the pre-final though, so we talked about it a little bit before. You want to save, don't want to do too many risky things in a pre-final, ruining or making it a long day for the crew back in the pits to have to make any repairs before the final. So they're coming off this final corner once again, still nose to tail, as we are just about, I believe, 3 or so laps away from this one end. Or 2 laps away from this end.
Yeah, and actually, it is worth noting that a lap record was held by William Richard a few moments ago until they just crossed the line, and Homer Heeman now holding the record on track, a 57.524 record for the number 43, currently sitting in 3rd position. Green, almost watermelon-esque helmet, as he's going to try to get past William Richard. They were very close, very much nose to tail, and Jensen Wolf is starting to close in the gap to Kason Bathen, not by a lot, but by a little bit here, by just about 1/10 of a second. 29 seconds left on the clock, so it'll be 2 laps to go this time by. And they're going to make the run now down. Go here as they make their way across the line. And it'll still be Langley ahead of Richard, ahead of Heeman, as they will just fight their way on, coming through. And this is going to be a tightly knit battle between these 3. As it's, Richard and Heeman have been fighting pretty good, but Ethan Langley didn't really compete yesterday, but here today, he has been on the ball, and he's come out swinging.
Yeah, we've said how their nose and tail haven't seen any moves. Sometimes, we saw a couple times yesterday, that final move for the win can come on that final corner, down that straightaway, down to the start-finish line. We saw someone cut the grass yesterday. They're almost 4 wide at one point in one of the classes, so The move can come late in the event as they are swinging around now. The final corner coming down to the white flag, and as I've wondered, once you see that white flag signal, there it is right there. Is this when you start making your moves? We're about to find out right now.
Ethan Langley giving a quick gander over his shoulder, and he's gonna just see how close his competitors are, and that will kind of give him at least a little bit of information on when to really start making these defensive chops and these defensive maneuvers to hold on to position. And they're making their way now, coming through the infield, and they're gonna make the run now to Mini Barcelona. This is really one of the last opportunities to get a move done. Is you got to make it down this hill. They're gonna try everything. You'll see somebody trying to maybe shake for a move, but no, nobody was close enough to really make the send happen. Maybe Richard on the inside. No, Ethan Langley, beautiful kart positioning there to prevent an overtake from happening. And now it's going to be a drag race across the line. Now we're going to see some good defense here. It's going to be a drag race, but in the end, these two will finish nose to tail as they have been throughout the entirety of the race. Ethan Langley wins the 206 Junior Pre-Final here in Cincinnati. As now it'll be Kaysen Balthan, Jensen Wolf, and Hayden Ruggiero rounding out the last few spots here on the field. When we come back, 206 Senior will take to the track for their pre-final. All right, everybody, and now it is time to go ahead and get things rolling here with the 206 Senior Pre-Final. And this is going to be a spectacular class. We've seen these drivers get very competitive over the course of the weekend, and now it is time to witness just how fast these drivers can really go. They will form into the tram lines, and they will get things ready as they go ahead and form up in their little tram lines. And away we go for the 206 Senior Pre-Final. Henry Wheeler will start this race from pole position ahead of James Overbeck, and they will now fight their way coming into turn 2 into turn 3. Now making the run down into the infield section of the racetrack. And we're going to see now who can go ahead and make their way through, who can go ahead and make the most momentum, who can make up the most space in these battles for position here. It's a pretty decently tight championship at the moment in this 206 Senior category. And we're going to just see just how much tighter it can go ahead and get. Braden Heber currently in first place with 1418 points, ahead of Addison Ianella with 1384. Adler Klein in third with 1342. Right now, out of those three, none of them are in the top, so they're going to have to really fight their way through as a few positions have traded. Beckham Lewis up to Alex Zacusilo down 3 positions here on the opening lap here of this race.
Yeah, this is one of the classes, 206 Senior, that I had circled to watch this afternoon. They put on a great show yesterday, and they're picking up where they left off because you can see it's pretty evenly matched. Long snake of karts all across the back straightaway now coming down the hill. James Overbeck looks like he may want to duck out, possibly go into second, but it looks like he's going to stay on in the podium, third position, maybe try and buy his time, just like what we saw in the last race. But you can see just a lot of, oh no, it looks like possibly an issue with this kart now.
no.
As I say that, he's pulling off slow. Obviously something awry with the kart that he felt possibly in that corner, and told everyone to go down low. And staying on the racetrack though, not sure if he's gonna make another lap and then pull in the pits. We'll see what happens. But Heartbreaker, he was one of the strong contenders here today, but still has time to fix if there's an issue, whatever happened, and before the finals later on this afternoon. But Heartbreaker there.
Yeah, that is absolute heartbreak there. That is the last thing you want to see, especially from such a strong runner here this weekend. Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to get fixed back out. There will be quite a good amount of time, like you said, to get that kart fixed up. As there's a warning for number 33 for pushing on the start. That is Adler Klein having a bit of a warning there. So we'll give you guys up to date. That won't be a penalty, so no time will be added. As of yet, it is just a warning. So just a warning there. Addison Ianello getting the exact same warning in the number 46 kart. So the drivers currently in P5 and P9 both getting the same exact warning. Once again, just a warning, not a penalty. But as we continue, Henry Wheeler still in the lead of the race.
And James Overbeck back under full steam, just made a pass for 6th back to 5th. So if there was an issue with the kart, it's either corrected himself, or I don't know if there's a scenario where you'd want to go in the back and kind of race your way through. But looks like everything is fine now. You see him on your screen there making another pass. So everything seems to be A-okay now, moving him up to, I believe, when he crosses across the line, it'll be 4th. But you can see the 2 leaders, Henry Wheeler, Will Wilkie, have been able to gap the rest of the field by over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, it's good to see James Overbeck jumping back into this one. He's done pretty well, and it would have been a real shame for his pre-final to be over that early on. But yeah, he's finding his way back to the field. He's pretty much, he might even still snag a podium here from Braden Heber. He can certainly give it a try. He will give it a look, and he will see now as the driver who is currently in the lead of the championship of Braden Heber is going to just try to hold on to that position from James Overbeck, who has decided that he was not done yet, and he was going to continue to race on here and try to fight for every ounce of racetrack here as they come across the line now with about 3 minutes to go here. And Will Wilkie still has the fastest lap time, a 56, and James Overbeck will get the move for the lead. Already side by side though with Braden Heber, so big battles happening all throughout, and we have 2 championship contenders also fighting it out. That is going to be Braden Heber and Addison Ianello battling it out for position. Number 8 versus number 46. The drivers who are 1st and 2nd in this championship for 206 Senior.
Yeah, you're not missing anything up front. There are the 2 leaders going down the hill. Still Henry Wheeler, Will Wilkie, a little bit of a gap in between the 2. Then it's James Overbeck in 3rd. So as we mentioned, everything seems to be A-okay with that car. In fact, I mean, he was able to go back, all back to 6th, make all those passes, and now gap himself between 3rd and 4th. So obviously some great speed under that number 48 Kart as another lap clicks by, things calming down for the moment. Looks like the best battle is going to be right here with Braden Heber in 5th. Looks like he's going to try and go slot into 4th now as they make their way into the infield section.
Addison Iannello getting ahead of the championship leader of Braden Heber. Braden Heber's had a bit of a tricky one here this weekend. It's been a tough time for the number 8, but he will continue to press on here as we are racing now. Still good battles throughout, and Will Wilkie did catch up a little bit. And I'm going to be curious to see. It is about a 3.5 second gap from Overbeck to Wilkie. I wonder if he'll be able to close that up. But even that, I mean, he should be very proud of his drive here in this pre-final. He had that issue that saw him drop back through the field, and he made his way back up through the field, practically going coast to coast to coast here in this one, as Addison Iannello still ahead of Braden Heber. Braden Heber thinking about a move, but just further back, Jason Schiavo, Alex Zacosigo, and Adler Klein are all battling for that P6 spot. And we have 2 separate trains here just fighting their way through. And I think Beckham Lewis is also in that fight as well. So everybody really just giving it a proper go here as we got about 2 laps to go.
Yeah, things are heating up between 4th and about 9th place. There they are on your screen. 3rd place, throw 3rd place in there as well. We'll see if they're able to make any passes. But this section here is where everyone kind of just accordions back together. Got to get that great run coming off the corner, down the sweeping final turn, down this slight hill, onto the start finish line. But you can see there is 3rd through 9th on your screen. As we click off another lap, looks like we have a train now that's going to pass for 3rd position, or attempt to, excuse me.
He'll give it a good go here, but just not enough opportunity there to make the move stick. It'll be final lap this time around. The timer has hit 0, and now it'll be 1 more lap here of racing here. And this is going to be a good battle as they will fight their way, coming on through and making their way through mini Barcelona, as they will just snake their way on through. And here we go. It's going to be a fantastic run to the line. And it is going to be a final lap this time around, actually. So they got the bonus lap. Final lap this time around. Alex Zacosilo will jump ahead of Jacob Schiavo, and Troy Hart ahead of Tanner Gorman, as they will continue to just do whatever they can to win here this time around. It's going to be a strong fight between Henry Wheeler and Will Wilkie, who are now both making their way through the infield. Now coming from the infield to the outfield, and now just going ahead and making the run down to Mini Barcelona. Too much space in between Wheeler and Wilkie to get the move done. So it is looking very likely, as we can see, side by side battling. This one is definitely not done yet. And this is going to be a fight to the line. And it looks like Will Wilkie might have just gotten the move there right at the end. Did it get switched back though? They're coming to the line now. It's going to be a drag race. Who's going to win across the line? And it is going to be Henry Wheeler by 71 milliseconds ahead of Will Wilkie. And then this battle is going to end here. James Overbeck, who had the mechanical issue early on in this pre-final, will jump back up into 3rd. Addison Iannello ahead of Braden Heber, Alex Zacosilo, Jacob Schiavo, Beckham Lewis, Adler Klein, Tanner Gorman, Troy Hart, and William Specht rounding out your field. When we come back, it'll be the 206 cadets getting ready for their pre-final.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
All right, everybody, and we are already racing here for the 206 Cadet Pre-Final, and things are already getting very dicey with these 5-car fields as they're going to make their way on through. We are already just about halfway through our pre-finals here at this stage of the day. And here we go. Sam Hornish now did start this race from the front rope, as they're going to fight their way now through. And we'll see what he can do. I think Drew Schneider is in the lead of this race. And he started from the front of the field here in qualifying. And they're going to make the run down, and they're already battling it out. We talked about it earlier with myself and Brett, that sometimes they like to wait for the white flag, but not this time. They don't even want to wait for that white flag. They're just going to go for it here. And it is going to be Drew Schneider ahead of Sam Hornish, who will go ahead and try to fight back with everything he's got. Kart number 1 against car number 141 as they make their way to the line. And Wyatt Huntsberger right there in 3rd position. Carter Beard and Weston Davis, your other 2 karts on the field, as Drew Schneider and Sam Hornish were just within a tenth of each other as they make their way through. Qualifying was spectacular here in this qualifying session. It was very, very close with the 206 cadets. Sam Hornish just a 10th quicker. And actually, that was actually, my apologies, that was yesterday's qualifying that he was about a 10th quicker. So 206 cadets, a very good qualifying session here. Drew Schneider was actually class of the field about half a second quicker than Sam Hornish. So he hasn't been able to quite pull away that gap. A jump start warning though for Sam Hornish in the 141. So the stewards have been on the ball here this weekend. We're not seeing as many penalties coming through as Sam Hornish does at the fastest lap of the race, but also back-to-back days. Drivers who got penalties yesterday, they definitely learned from their mistakes from the day prior.
Yeah, and that's what this whole cadet division is all about, is learning and then, you know, making your way up to the other divisions. Once you meet those age requirements, as you can see, Drew Schneider and Sam Hornish still 1 and 2, as actually looks like we're gonna have a battle now for the lead. Hornish is tired of racing for second, but wasn't able to get a good enough run down the hill there. So ducks back in line as they go through this section, tight section, before they come down the sweeping corner down the hill to the start-finish line. We'll see if Hornish has a run down this straightaway and decides to duck out once again as he did on the back straightaway. Looks like he is content with running in the line for now. Still plenty of time to go, about 5 minutes in this Cadet Pre-Final, so Looks like Schneider and Hornish are going to be the class of the field early on here. Now I'm interested to see if anything, if it gets harder to pass, harder to set up a run later on in this event. The tires start heating up, the track is heating up, but Hornish and Schneider are your two drivers battling for the lead. This is where that pass was attempted last time by, and Hornish is going to try it once again. This time he makes it stick. So slot Sam Hornish into the lead. We'll see if he can hold it down the front straightaway as they're coming down the final corner.
Yeah, I mean, Drew Schneider was over half a second quicker in qualifying. Well, qualifying's one thing. The race is a completely different ball game, and we're seeing it here. Sam Hornish sets a new track record in the 206 Cadets, a 57.966. That is a fantastic lap as Drew Schneider back in the lead of this one. He will take the opportunity coming through turn 3 to get the move done and dusted on to Sam Hornish, and these two will continue to duke it out for position. We are seeing excellent racing. They're side by side again, getting ready to make the run down, coming down Barcelona. Is there going to be a run again? Sam Hornish trying to fight, trying to find something here, but no, nothing yet, as he will just continue to hold the pace here. Hornish got ahead one lap, but Drew Schneider quickly retook it the lap after.
Yeah, Hornish is right there on the bumper down the front straightaway. We'll see if he ducks out or not. Looks like he likes to duck out coming down the hill on the backstretch that I call it. That's where he's been getting these great runs. So we want to see possibly if that happens again this time around. But putting on a clinic here, Drew Schneider, Sam Hornish battling it out for the lead. Farther back in the pack, everyone is pretty spread out. So you're not missing anything for 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now. So we're going to keep our eye on this battle for the lead as they go up the hill. And this is the section where Sam Hornish has had such great speed, but doesn't look like he's close enough this time to duck out and make a run into this corner. Possibly want to give it a little bit of a break this lap, then set up that run, get a nice close battle once again down the back straightaway the next time around, maybe duck out once again, but they are nose to tail coming down the front straightaway.
As they usually are, pretty much inseparable like peanut butter and jelly, as they will make their way on through. And Drew Schneider now trying to hold on to the lead. He's got a decent bit of a gap, but the gap has been closed in so heavily. And I mean, Sam Hornish has just been electric through the first couple of corners on this racetrack, but it seems like through the infield and coming down to Barcelona is where Drew Schneider does get a little bit of advantage side by side. And is that Hornish into the lead? It is going to be Hornish into the lead, but it's already taken back by Drew Schneider. And this battle is just absolutely electric here between these two drivers coming out into mini Barcelona. And they're going to snake their way through the S's.
This is quite a battle, and again, this is just the pre-final, so excited to see what these two drivers are going to be able to put on a show for in our final later on this afternoon as one more lap clicks down. It looks like Schneider has a lot of speed down this front section of the racetrack, and then Hornish really has the back half of the racetrack figured out. That's where they've been making those passes. So this is where I think Hornish starts getting a little bit of an advantage. Then when they go up the hill through these corners here is where they've been making these passes or attempts at passes lap after lap.
Yeah, that's where a lot of that's where we've been seeing a lot of these passes being made here. He's coming down the run through Barcelona and just making their way through Barcelona. These drivers have just been having a ball of a time coming on through. It'll be about 2 laps to go here on this one. And here we go. They're going to make their way to the line now, and the timer will expire, so it will be 2 laps to go here on this one. 2 more laps to go here for Drew Schneider, Sam Hornish. Their battle still continues. This legendary duel that they are having here, and they will just continue to fight. You can see that Sam Hornish really closing the gap there to the back of Drew Schneider, but Drew Schneider starting to pull away a little bit through the infield. So it seems like he's got this infield setup, but look at this fight going on here. Almost a fight coming on here for a battle for fourth between Carter Beard and Weston Davis, trying to battle out to remain in the top four. And that's going to be a good run to watch as well. But for Drew Schneider and Sam Hornish, their battle continues coming through Mini Barcelona. It is 2 laps to go at this stage. Next time by should be 1 lap to go here. And it is going to be all to play for between these two very, very competitive cadets.
Yeah, you saw Hornish make a duck out there on the front straightaway. We've seen he can make the pass. They saw it a couple laps ago, but really want to watch this back half of the racetrack. That's where he's been so strong. And of course, that's could be used to his advantage if you're strong at the back half of the racetrack and down that start-finish line. So here they go. One final time down this back section, up the hill. Now down the hill in just a few moments. We'll see if Hornish has a run or if there's a defensive line from Schneider coming into this corner. There it is.
There's the move.
Pass for the lead.
He's got it.
Pass for the lead there. Hornish did exactly what he'd been trying to do for the length of this race. Make that pass down the back straightaway. It looks like it's a drag race, but able to get the win there. So what a great job. Sam Hornish able to set that pass up down the hill. Waited till the last moment to duck out into those corners, that tight section, and takes home the win. Drew Schneider in second, Wyatt Huntsbarger in third, but we say it's a small but mighty field. What a great finish.
Exactly that. So your final finishing order here is going to be Sam Hornish ahead of Drew Schneider, head of Wyatt Huntsbarger, Carter Beard, and Weston Davis rounding out the field. Up next is going to be the Pro and Junior Shifter, the only category that gets a standing start. We'll be back here in a couple of minutes, folks. As we get ready for our next class, you just saw on your screen that we have a beautiful amount of events coming up here pretty soon, and this one is going to be a very different start compared to what we have seen here. If you missed out on yesterday, the Pro and Junior Shifters, they get a grid start. So they will get a grid start, a standing start. And, I mean, Doug Duff has just been absolutely unstoppable on these starts here in this category. So that's going to be one thing to look out for, is making sure that you're in the right gear for the right start. And here we go. We're about to get ready, and we are already racing here. And once again, Doug Duff, he's got that start down pat. He gets a mega launch here. He did it all day yesterday in the pro shifters. Just absolutely just getting a rocket ship launch that puts him well ahead of the rest of the field. And we're going to see who can potentially try to catch up to him. But pretty much, I think it's going to be a good battle for the best of the rest.
Yeah, we'll have to see where everyone sorts out coming down the line when timing and scoring resets. But there was one kart that had a little bit of trouble getting off the start. I believe it may have been Jeff Carroll. I want to wait and see once the timing and scoring comes through. They kind of, I wasn't even sure they were going to get the start, but wow, look at the run. I think it was Jeff Carroll that had issues on the start, but look at that run he had down the front straightaway. He's in that 522 all black kart. You saw him dipping and diving down the straightaway. Really looked like he was in a land of his own. He had so much speed there. So if he would have gotten a better start, you wonder where he would be on the racetrack, maybe a little bit closer to Doug Duff, but Duff has almost lengthened his lead already out to 1 second. We'll see if that lead continues to extend as they're coming around one more time, and we'll be heading down this final corner to the start-finish line, but pretty spread out across the field. But just love, again, I always love how they sling it around these corners with the different gearing they have in each of these karts.
It's such a mechanically complex class, and that's why I love these karts in comparison to a lot of the other categories. Is because most of the other categories, it's pretty much just you have one gear, you have one speed, go. This one, on the other hand, is more like, okay, you have to make sure that you're in the right gear for the launch, and that was a pretty solid pass there as they will make their way on through. But yeah, you gotta make sure that you're in the right gear for each corner for the race start, and you gotta get your shifts on time. So these are very complex karts. It's a much different driving style, especially as you make your way through the different racing categories, like like Formula 4, Formula Regional, FRECA, you know, the usual single-seater. You have to get used to shifting gears. The only exception to that would be Formula E, as Robert Lash sets the fastest lap with a 50-second flat in the junior shifter. 50-second flat best lap time in that category. And Jeff Carroll will now drop down into 7th. Kyle Parker and Drake Williamson getting on through. Doug Duff with the fastest lap, the only sub-50 lap time here in this category.
Yeah, and we're talking about, you know, the shifting karts. So especially for these juniors, what great experience if your career trajectory takes you, you know, to road racing, to the MX-5s or the IMSA series, or some of the feeder series for IMSA, like the Pilot Challenge, where you're going to have to be road course shifting. So that's where your career takes you. This is great experience if you're in a junior shifter kart here, as they continue to motor around here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Again, they are pretty spread out, but it's just great to see just how they sling around these corners. It's an interesting class to watch. And but Doug Duff is picking up where he left off yesterday. Got that great launch off the start. Almost a 2-second lead now. It may extend a little bit further when they come across the line again, but no one has been able to touch Doug Duff all weekend.
No, not really. I mean, and he has just been absolutely on fire. Robert Lash, though, he just got a solid 50-second lap time in the junior shifter, so he's got some pace in that number 32. He just needs to go ahead and try to get it to translate to a position, as now actually Homer He-Man also now gets that sub 50, excuse me. And he's got the fastest lap in the junior shifter classes. They will now continue to do battle. Coming through the infield, Homer He-Man and Robert Lash doing battle in the infield. Oh, a bit of a touch of the gravel there. Touching the grass for Robert Lash. He will drop back a little bit now from Homer He-Man. And that is unfortunate stuff there, as they will just continue to fight. And they will continue to battle tooth and nail as everything just tends to kick off here with about 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And it's a record-setting lap for Homer Heeman this time around. He was faster on that lap compared to Doug Duff. He's got the overall best lap time of the session now, a 49.340. And not to mention, he gained a second on the Doug Duff just about. And no, there's a card out. There's a card out. That is going to be Jeff Carroll who's out of this one.
Yeah, Jeff had it. I was watching Jeff on the timing and scoring. He was getting great runs, went up to 5th, then dropped back to 7th, then was up to 6th again. So I'm not sure if there was a mechanical issue with that cart, but you saw he was able to get out of the cart, and they're going to have to go pick that one up after this race. But back to Homer Heeman, he is getting faster as this race goes on, and as you mentioned, he's cutting down that lead now to under a second. So did he find something, or is Doug Duff, his cart, going away? There is the battle for the lead. It's really tightened up. Wow, look at this. Looks like Homer Heeman could even take the lead at this lap. We'll have to watch it as they come down the hill.
Yeah, we're going to have to see as the driver who was infallible yesterday of Doug Duff might actually have a competitor. Look how much speed Homer Heeman has got through the Barcelona sector. He's got so much pace around those tricky corners, and now they make their way back to the line. Doug Duff will get him on the straights, and Doug Duff, he did pull about 0.2 of a second on the Homer Heeman that last lap, but Robert Lash closed in by about 0.2 of a second. Kai Park gets ahead of Ethan Langley as they make their way across the line, and Jeff Carroll is unfortunately out of this one. But it is the pre-final, and hopefully they'll be able to get their cart fixed in time for the main final later on this evening.
Yeah, some of these carts look like they're coming alive later on in this event. Kai Park, Homer Heeman, the two that come to mind. Kai Park able to get a position that last time around. So either they're gaining speed the longer we go, or their competitors' carts are scrubbing a little bit speed the longer we go. There's the battle for the lead, but you can see Doug Duff able to gap Homer Heeman on the straightaways, but Homer is a lot quicker, I think, in these technical sections of the racetrack. You can see, especially corner off, how much he was able to close that gap there. We'll see if we can see that happen once again. See, the gap really closes right there. So interesting to see just these two carts battle it out as we are going to come to the white flag as they go up the hill. It will be one more time around when they come to the start-finish line.
It'll be the final lap here of the race, and we're going to see who can go ahead and get the moves done here. Are we going to see a pass for the lead? As they come out, it'll be the final lap of the race. And once again, Doug Duff is just absolutely electric. He gained about 3.5 tenths on that last lap to Homer Heeman, excuse me, as they will fight for the final lap here of the pre-final. Look at this. It's going to be a battle here between Kai Park and Ethan Langley. They're going to try to fight for P4 as they'll make their way now coming into the infield. So we'll see if there's going to be any moves happening there. Now making their way down the hill, Doug Duff ahead of Homer Heeman, and they will fight tooth and nail to find anything here. But it was an incredible run. We were expecting a battle. We almost got a battle between these guys. And Doug Duff will come across the line to take the victory in the Pro Shifter, and Homer Heeman in the Junior Shifter with a record-setting lap to boot. Robert Lash will be the next one across the line, and then it'll be a drag race here. Who's going to get it? It'll be Kai Park and Ethan Langley and Drake Williamson, and then Jeff Carroll, who had a mechanical retirement off the edge of the circuit. When we come back, it'll be KA 100 Master and Super Masters for their pre-final as we get well and truly into the second half of our pre-finals here this evening.
what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
All right, everybody, here we go. We are going to go ahead and begin with our second half of the pre-finals here today with the KA100 Master and Supermaster, and we are about to get ready to rock and roll. It has been the story of the weekend of the Kutcher brothers doing battle, and here we go. It is time to go racing here in the KA100 Master and Supermaster pre-final. And once again, it has been the Kutcher brothers just doing battle all weekend long. And they had contact in the final yesterday. We're going to see what the story is going to be here today as they'll make their way through. Chris Kutcher now, who's going to try to make his way back up, try to compete with his brother Andy as they will fight tooth and nail and fighting everything in between. But here's the move already for Chris Kutcher around the outside of Gerard Tracy. And that'll be P2 for Chris Kutcher. And now he will be looking to try to make his way to the back of his brother as the two red and black carts will make their way on through. Andy Kutcher now ahead of Chris Kutcher. Damian Jennings getting the fastest lap as he overtakes Greg Leahy for the lead of the KA100 Supermasters as they will make their way on through. Andy Kutcher, fastest lap of the race here so far with a 52.895. And they're gonna we're gonna see if they can pull away. Gerard Tracy really just trying to keep things close here as they will make their way down the hill coming into Mini Barcelona. A very good lap to get things situated here, but there's still about 6.5 minutes left to go. Probably about a good another about 8 or 9 or 7 or 8 laps.
Yeah, now Chris Kutcher is going to have to put together some great laps if he wants to try and catch up to his brother. So I think this is the first time all weekend, even yesterday before the incident, that they have not hooked up nose to tail. You can see the gap of about 5 kart lengths in between them. So Chris Kutcher is putting together those laps, though. He just put down the fastest lap of 51.449. So put together a few more of those laps. He'll be right on the bumper of his brother Andy in just a matter of a few laps here. As you get a look at the rest of the field, pretty spread out. Looks like there is a battle back there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And here are the two leaders, the family leaders here at the Cincinnati Motorsport Punching Club, of Cincinnati.
Chris Kutcher actually set a record on that last lap though at 51.449. It's a record lap here as he will now continue to push along as Chris Kutcher now will want to try to close things back in. But you do have Gerard Tracy right there trying to fight with Damian Jennings, and those two different classes now going to go ahead and do some battle. As you do have Greg Leahy in the 425 also trying to make his way back up to the rest of the field here. It's going to be a good, solid run, and that's exactly what you need if you want to try to maximize the points here in Cincinnati. It's going to be a good run now. We already see a shake for the move there. Gerard Tracy in that bluish cart, holding off Damian Jennings, and this is a N35 Masters. Just a reminder, it is 30 plus for Masters and 50 plus for Super Masters. And another strong lap there from Andy Kutcher as he pulls about 2.5 tenths, a little over a quarter of a second away from his brother.
Yeah, it looks like Andy has a strong kart right now. Chris isn't able to close the gap. It's actually almost a second, 0.993 last time by, so that's harder to close that gap in just a number of laps. Again, just the pre-final. See if they make any changes to the Chris Kutcher kart in the break between this pre-final and final, and see if they're able to find any speed before the final. And you can see there is our battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Really tightens up there in that section. A little bit of a off there, not too bad for, I think that was Damian Jennings that put a wheel off there, but they are nose to tail, or a kart in length in between them down the front straightaway. But this is the best battle right now on the racetrack. Looks like Greg Leahy may want to put a move on Damian Jennings down in this infield section.
Yeah, it's going to be one of his best opportunities as well. And last lap, Andy Kutcher now set a new record lap time of a 51.289 in the KA Masters machine. So very good stuff there from Andy Kutcher. As now this is pretty much the battle right here. Damian Jennings and Greg Leahy. You got about 3 minutes to go on this one. So you're going to have to fight tooth and nail to at least get close. It's one thing to catch, but another thing entirely to get the move done. And you got to really just be on the ball here. You make one mistake, and I mean, You know the old saying, you give somebody an inch and they can take a whole mile. And that's exactly what's going to happen here in this race. If somebody makes a mistake, then that position is as good as gone. As Greg Leahy will still try to fight with Neil. Now, Neil Hamilton's kind of in the mix there as well. So we're seeing some excellent racing just throughout this field here. I mean, the Kutcher brothers have checked out, but everybody else is in a real good fight. Damian Jennings looking for a shake, but just not enough room here at this stage. So he had a good shake, he just didn't make it.
Yeah, it looks like the longer the race goes, the harder it's going to be to make a pass because, you know, I think the best handling you're going to get all day is early on in the laps, but these three, Jared Tracy, Damian Jennings, Greg Leahy, have been pretty stationary. They're all within the same gap of each other, lap after lap after lap. But if one of them puts a wheel off any corner that we saw, like we saw earlier with Damian Jennings, you're going to be able to get some of that momentum back and maybe make a pass here. So we're going to keep an eye on this battle as we have about 90 seconds left plus one lap here in this pre-final. This is my favorite part of the racetrack here, coming down this hill. It's such a great shot that we have on our Kart Chaser broadcast with them coming down the hill through these sweeping corners. But again, it's just they're still the same gap in between all of them as they come down this last corner and into the front straight. It doesn't look like anyone can get an edge so far.
Yeah, I just want to say, as we have it'll be about 2-ish laps to go, maybe 3 at the most, but shout out to the camera crew, by the way. They're doing an absolutely fantastic job bringing all the amazing pictures to your screens here, and they have been doing a fantastic job. Hopefully they've been staying hydrated, as I hope everybody here, whether you're a spectator, whether you're part of the camera crew, whether you're the drivers, pit crew, stay hydrated. It is getting pretty toasty out there, so just do your best to stay hydrated. These carts run the best when they have the optimal fuel, and for your human body, that would be water. So stay hydrated, folks, and hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of the racing, guys. It'll be 2 laps to go here this time around.
That's still no change. The battle continues, but it looks like these 3 karts of Tracy, Jennings, Leahy, all evenly matched. Really the only part of the track or portion of the track I've seen maybe Leahy makes some gains is through that little Barcelona section that you call it before the start-finish line, but then they're all able to kind of spread it back out, accordion back out when they go through the other parts of the racetrack. But here's the surprise. This is the thing I'm most surprised about is the 2 brothers, just the gap in between Andy and Chris. I really thought they would be nose to tail like what we've seen all weekend, but the lead is over 2 seconds, and I think it's going to increase as they cross the line this time by now 2.8 seconds. And we are on the last lap, so Andy Kuchler may take home this win as long as he keeps it on the racetrack, but what a performance. Was able to lead, I think, every lap in this pre-final.
Yeah, he pulled out about 0.5 of a second on our last lap to his brother, so Andy Kuchler definitely has the leg up here in this pre-final. When we get to the final later on this afternoon, it may be a completely different story, but as of right now, Andy Kuchler comes to Barcelona for one last time, as Gerard Tracy and Damian Jennings are also making their way to Barcelona for one more time. Andy Kuchler will now checker flag first. He'll come across the line, and Andy Kuchler will win the KA 100 Masters pre-final. And he does have the record lap to boot, set on lap 6. A 51.265. And Chris Kuchler, Gerard Tracy, Damian Jennings, who will take the victory in the KA Supermasters category. And then it'll be Greg Leahy, Neil Hamilton, and Corey Curry rounding out your field. Next up, it'll be the Miami Mini and Micro Swift pre-final. And these guys have been the definition of a small but mighty field. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome on back. And this time, it is time for the small but mighty class of the Miami Mini and Micro Swift Series. We're about to get underway. And it's green flag, and away we go. Min Lewis took pole position in qualifying. And so far, the battle between him and Sam Hornish this weekend is 2-2. Sam Hornish, he qualified on pole and got the final win yesterday. While Min Lewis got the pre-final yesterday and the pole today. We'll see who will win this unofficial tiebreaker between these two very talented young drivers, as now they will fight their way coming through the infield and get ready to make the run up and down Mini Barcelona. It's going to be a good run now down towards the line as they scream around the sweeping left-hander. And now coming into the S's as they round out Barcelona, they're going to make their way on to the start-finish front stretch as they make their way down this 1,125 meter long meter long track. And Sam Hornish will take the lead on the opening lap ahead of Min Lewis. He got that done in the early sectors of the race. Brogan Red ahead of Griff He-Man after the opening lap. Will there be a retake? Well, Min Lewis is certainly going to give it a go coming into the infield, and we'll see if he can make this move. This time by tightly knit battle, nothing just yet, and they will continue on here as they are about to make their way down Barcelona.
Yeah, this is like a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday with these two drivers battling it out. We saw a battle for the lead, then a battle for third and fourth. Now, we saw in the cadets that Hornish really liked to make a move down that hill, so we'll see if he does switch back to second place. He has to make a move late in this race if he decides to use that backstretch, as here we have the battle for the lead. Just like what we saw yesterday, they just swap it back and forth lap after lap. Like I said yesterday, looks like they're having a great time out there, just, you know, two friends having a kart race with a few others on the racetrack, but they put on a great show. We keep saying smallest field, but also the one of the greater shows that we see this weekend. Also, the closest finish in the pre-final that we saw yesterday was between these two drivers.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are always just absolutely insane as they race through. They're about to go side by side again. That is going to be Sam Hornish going for the lead. Inside becomes outside, and Sam Hornish will retake the lead through the technical Barcelona sector. What a pass there from Sam Hornish. What a good overtake that was, and it's going to be side by side again. Min Lewis looking for a potential retake.
Oh, no.
Oh, no! That's Brogan Ren. Brogan Ren is out of this one. Unless they can push his car back and get it back going again, they're going to try to. But that is heartbreak for the 216. He was having a decent run here today, looking likely for an overall podium, and he is back out onto the track. But he has lost so much ground of this race. We'll see if he can bring it on back.
Yeah, get it back on the track again. These are, as we see, another battle for the lead down the hill. That's where these karts have been able to get some good runs down the hill into this tight section before we come back onto the straightaway. One thing about Sam Hornish and Min Lewis is all weekend they've been battling for the lead, but they're racing with respect, which I think goes a long way. They're obviously learning a lot about how to make passes without hitting someone else, making clean passes. It's all about clean passes, especially in karting. You don't want to get any penalties. But Min Lewis back to lead, Sam Hornish in second. Brogan Ren, I was going to mention, obviously back on the racetrack. Goal now is just to put together as many good laps as you can, see if you can figure out where you need a little bit of additional help, where you need some, I guess, some improvement on the corners, where you need some better drive off, and then take that back to the pit area, talk it over with your mentors, maybe make a few changes to that kart, and then come back out stronger for the finals. But this battle for the lead is not over.
Oh, far from it. And I mean, honestly, I think this battle is going to go right down to the wire, as it usually does here in this one. Hornish behind Lewis again. So they've traded back and forth. Hornish would win one, Lewis would win one. Hornish would win one, Lewis would win one. And I mean, now if we use that same logic, Sam Hornish should win this pre-final. But with how good these two are battling, Min Lewis is looking to break tradition here, or just to break the story of the weekend and be the first one out of these two to get back-to-back wins in sessions here in the Mini Swift Pre-Final now. Griff He-Man currently in third overall, and I mean, just look at the gaps between these drivers. You can barely fit anything in between them as they make the run now. Coming down into Barcelona, it's going to be a tight run now between these drivers. It'll be about just under 3 minutes to go, about 2.5 minutes when they cross the line as they make their way on the exit of Barcelona. So they're going to make the run now down towards the start-finish line. And it's going to be a good run here. Sam Horner's not quite close enough to make a potential move yet. But that's pretty much been kind of the story of this weekend for these two, is just trade these wins, trade these positions back and forth so often. And I mean, these guys can just battle out without even really experiencing any fatigue. And like you said earlier, Brett, they're learning such excellent racecraft, which is sometimes even hard to teach to adults.
Yeah, great racecraft. They haven't had a wheel go off this weekend. They haven't touched bumpers at all. Min Lewis has a little bit of an advantage right now, though. A little 3 kart length lead there before they come down this front straightaway. Another change, don't know how this affects this division or any of the others, is the sun has gone behind some of the clouds a little bit, so that could change the track temperature. You can see helmets down the front straightaway. Any little advantage, any little aerodynamic advantage can prove beneficial, especially in these mini and micro Swift karts as Min Lewis continues to lead. Sam Hornish is going to have to mount a charge here in the next 3 laps or so. He wants to take home this win, but again, like we saw in the Cadets, he really likes that backstretch area down the hill. If he can set up a nice run through there, I think we'll see him duck out and try and make a pass on Min Lewis for the lead.
Yeah, I think that's going to be kind of the play here as we get ready for the last couple of laps here. In surprisingly enough, we're down to 3 pre-finals already. The next pre-final is our penultimate one, which I feel like today just started. I mean, like I said earlier, time flies when you're having an absolute blast here. As Min Lewis once again will be ahead of Sam Hornish. It'll be 2 laps to go here in this one, so they should get the 2 to go signal this time by. Next end across the line, they'll have 1 more lap to go, and this battle is going to just remain intense. And it can just show a bit of a difference in driving styles as well. And it looks like Min Lewis does have firm control of this track here today. And he has been strong in qualifying. And once again, like I said earlier, looking to break the kind of streak of just back and forth between these two. It'll be a white flag this time by for these drivers. And this one is going to get intense now right towards the end. Should be white flag this time around. There it is, white flag. And like we've seen before here, Brett, this is going to be the make or break moment if you want to make a move. If you're waiting, if you still have something in the tank, it's time to get it out as there's going to be a move attempted coming into turn 2 from Sam Hornish. He attempted to make the move. Didn't quite get it that time around, but he did attempt to get the move done. And they will snake their way through the infield. And now the best opportunity to get a move done now is going to be coming down the run to Barcelona. It's going to be a draft. It's going to be a run on the hill. Is there anything that Sam Hornish can do to retake the lead? Not yet. He will have to get a better run through this final corner. Oh, I think Sam might have it if he can get a good exit on the last corner, come down the straight. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but Min Lewis will win the Mini Swift Pre-Final ahead of Sam Hornish, separated by a 10.5. Min Lewis finally gets back-to-back wins here this weekend. It has been traded so often between the two, and Griff He-Man will win the Micro Swift Pre-Final. He'll finish 3rd overall ahead of Brogan Wren, who did have that off earlier on, but he was able to get back going and he was able to finish out the race. Coming up here in about 5 or so minutes, we'll be jumping back in for the penultimate pre-final, the KA 100 Junior Pre-Final, coming at you shortly here on Kart Chasers. It is now time here, ladies and gentlemen, to go ahead and get ready to go underway with our KA 100 Junior Pre-Finals as we go ahead and get ready to go. 2 more pre-finals, and this is one of them. This should be a great class to watch. They're going to go ahead and get into the tram lines. And we are about to get ready to go racing here. And it is going to be green, 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 and away we go. A few drivers already trying to get a bit of a defensive chop there. Alex Kutcher did get a record last lap around in the, or sorry, last time around in the qualifying. There's already contact. There's big contact. That is going to be the 828 of Kai Park and the 843. Or 850, I think that was Gleberman and Park getting around at it. And drama here. The first of its kind here on the day, and unfortunate stuff there between two drivers who have just been hyper competitive here today. Really unfortunate. There's a move for the lead going around. Actually, it was I think it was actually Robert Lash from Kai Park that might have gotten into it, because Gleberman just made a move for the lead on to Alex Kutcher now. They're going to come across the line. And we're going to see here, it was actually He-Man and Park, sorry, not Gleberman and Park, who was involved in that moment earlier. Ben Gleberman now into the lead. Alex Kutcher under investigation for a tramline violation. And Homer He-Man is now getting ahead of Kai Park. Kai Park, who really got the worst of that one, the worst of that incident, as Gleberman now will try to hold on to the lead. Gleberman had a good time yesterday, as Homer He-Man now under investigation for tram lines. So we will see just how everything is going to shape up here, as there's already drama in the opening stages of the KA Juniors. And Homer He-Man won just by 18 milliseconds out of Ben Gleberman yesterday. So Gleberman had a really good time of it. And he actually ended up winning the final yesterday as well, so he may look to take another win here on the day.
Yeah, Park and He-Man were two of the, I guess you could say, favorites, or at least contenders for the win, and you hate to see them taken out in the pre-final on the second corner of the green flag lap. But we continue on with the racing with Gleberman and Kutcher, Lash first, second, and third. Pretty good battle up here for the lead, first and second. Then we have a little bit of a small gap back to Robert Lash in third. There you see Caleb Tracy and Lila Beck in fourth and fifth. So pretty good battle early on here for our KA 100 junior final as they come down the front straightaway. Looks like they are content in running nose to tail, at least the front two. But no one really able to get a huge gap among these top three, even the top five. We'll see if that continues on. I have to wonder, with the cloud cover, the track maybe gaining grip. You're not going to get your tires as hot. Maybe it helps with the temperature of the tires a little bit, but great racing early on here as our top three remain nose to tail as they head up the hill, then down the hill on this back straightaway. May have a battle shaping up here for second and third.
It's always grand when we get good battles like that one, Brett, as they will make their way through. Battle for second place well and truly on the cards, and this could actually even transform into a three-way fight for the race lead. Coming across the line now, Gleberman ahead of Kutcher, ahead of Lash. And Lash just said the fastest lap of the race last time around. He gained about 2/10 onto the two carts in front. And that's going to be absolutely crucial here to maintain that momentum. And look at this, Alex Kutcher going for the lead. Alex Kutcher in the blue and white racing suit. He has done it. Alex Kutcher, the driver who set a record in qualifying. He manages to grab the lead of the race here. And we still got about half of the race to go before the final lap. And what a maneuver we have seen in this one. The KAGs are going to give it another go. Ben Gleberman up the inside as well. Robert Lash right there looking to maybe make a move. And it is going to be good, solid fighting between these drivers. Coming across the line now. They will remain as they were. But Alex Kutcher already trying to go for a retake. And look at Robert Lash up the inside. Trying to maybe grab second. He will get around the corner and he will get the move done for second place. Robert Lash. What a maneuver coming through turn three. You can even, it looked like a little bit of a head shake there from Alex Kutcher. He knew that that was a great move, and it was just one that was just tough to hold on to.
Yeah, a little bit surprising. I mean, I thought we wouldn't see this type of battling till later on in this race, but they're really putting on a nice show for us early on in this pre-final. Just makes you wonder what kind of battling we'll see in the final, especially with Kai Park and Homer Hyman maybe back in it for the final after they had that spin on the first lap of this race. As we come down to complete another lap here, it looks like Robert Lash may have a nice little run going here on Ben Gleberman. We'll see if Lash, who still has the fastest lap, will be able to set up a nice pass here down in this infield section. But it looks like Kutscher's fallen off the lead just slightly there, still in contention, but it's going to have to put together some good laps or hope that these two leaders, Gleberman and Lash, begin battling up so we can also rejoin this battle for the pre-final win.
And I will just go ahead and give out a quick update. So there is no further action for Alex Kutscher or Homer Heman, but there is a penalty for Caleb Tracy. It is an IR for Caleb Tracy in the 8:05. So that's going to be a unfortunate one for him. And Homer Heman does get a penalty after all, but not for. Actually, he does get a penalty. It was originally listed as a no further action, but he does get a pushing start 3-second pen. So that is unfortunate. It's just been a pre-final that's just really just gone bad to worse for Homer Heman. And as we can see there, that is going to be just a driver just trying to have a bit of a recovery there. As look at this, battle for the lead, Robert Lash and Ben Gleberman. Battle for the race lead here with about a minute 20 to go in regulation. So it'll be about 3 laps to go on this one. This is going to be a beautiful battle as they are trying to look one way, trying another. A bit of a defensive maneuver there. Trying to position the car so Robert Lash does have a clean way around. Robert Lash has been really good in this first sector just before the infield, and he will make his way now to the infield. Still applying heaps of pressure on Ben Gleberman.
Yeah, Alex Kutscher, if I'm him in third place, I'd love to see these two start going side by side so it can bring him in 878 in third position back into this lead. And there they go there. Nope, ducks back in. I thought Robert Lash was going to make a move, make a pass there down the hill, but he decided better of it, got back in line. I guess didn't feel as if he had a good enough run to complete the pass on the leader, as they're still nose to tail, as we're going to get the 2 lap to go signal when they cross the line this time by, as they're still, you can see the battle still rages as they're once again through this tight infield section, and there is not any space in between, as it looks like Lash is going to make the move down in the infield, and he easily takes the lead, but Gleberman's not going to let it go away easily. You can expect that he's going to try and set up a pass sometime in the next lap and a half before we see that checkered flag.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to just try your best to hold on and maybe just wait for the opportunity to go for the retake. Robert Lash, though, in the lead now, ahead of Ben Gleberman. And these drivers are just going to fight tooth and nail. It will be the 1 to go. Robert Lash looking to pick up a win here in the pre-final, in our penultimate pre-final today. And he will try to hold on, but Gleberman has been good on the retakes here in this entire weekend, especially today. He has been pretty much on top of things, as Ben Gleberman now is going to try to maybe find a retake. They're coming through the infield section now, and they're going to just go to make their way coming through the S's, getting ready to make the run down to Mini Barcelona. Going to be a solid run now. Is there going to be an overtake attempt? They'll follow nose to tail as much as they can. Gleberman trying to inside. Gleberman's got the inside. He's got the lead. Robert Lash going to try to go for the retake, but there is none to find. It'll be a drag race to the line. Robert Lash is going to go side by side. It's going to be a drag race. I think he's got more speed. And it's going to be Ben Gleberman by 24 milliseconds across the line. Alex Kutscher round on the podium. And then it'll be Lila Beck, Caleb Tracy, Homer Heman, and Kai Park, who did not finish the race here due to contact early on. So that is the penultimate pre-final of the day. But when we come back, the Pro-Ams are going to give it a go for our final pre-final of the day. We'll be back, folks. Don't go anywhere.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome on back, and it is time for the final pre-final of the day. And this is a big one of the biggest classes of the day, if not the biggest class of the day. It is now time for the KA100 Pro-Am. And what a battle it is going to be between these drivers. And this is going to be a fun one here today, as the drivers are going to go ahead and try to generate some last-minute heat into those tires. Patrick Coleman alongside Brett Baldeck, as we're going to go ahead and bring you all the action here of the last pre-final and all the finals that preceded. As we get, actually, proceed is not the right word. All the ones that come after this, as we get ready to go. They're going to go ahead and go single file into the tram lines. And here we go. About 3, 2, and 1. And it's green flag racing, and away we go. Drivers already trying to make defensive chops, trying to hold on to their positions already. A fast and furious start here in this one. Oh, there's big contact! Big contact there. Oh, big contact, and that is the 917 of Caleb Cerrone, who might just be out of this one. Are there any other karts out of this stage? It doesn't look like them, but there is definitely some big contact in the early stages of this race here. I believe that was the 917 that has been taken out of action here at this stage of the final pre-final of the day. And we saw a kart get airborne there, Brett. Not exactly the kind of start you want to see here in the pre-final.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the second pre-final in a row that we have seen issues in that same part of the racetrack on the very first. And I saw there was some contact preceding the off-track. I don't know if Cerrone had any steering because of that initial contact. It looked like he had damage from a little bit of contact a little bit farther up the track, a few hundred feet earlier. But we'll get some more on that later on. But they are still snaking their way through this infield, this pack of now 12 karts on the racetrack. The top two, Will Steele, Max Klein, have a little bit of a healthy lead there. Then they're quickly followed by third, fourth, fifth, and sixth that are joint forces. So a 4-kart pack behind them. And looks like it's shaping up to be a good race here down the straightaway. You can see helmets down, third place there. Marcus Batchone head down trying to get any type of aerodynamic advantage because he wants to be a part of this lead battle here in the Pro-Am pre-final.
And just an update, Caleb Cerrone has been given a penalty for incident responsibility. He's got an IR penalty here in this one, and that is unfortunate for Caleb Cerrone. I mean, he was already out of this race in the opening couple of corners, so just adds insult to injury there for his race. We'll see if he'll come back in the pre-final. I know there's a lot of work to be done, but luckily for him, he'll be in the last race of the entire day, as now they will continue to make their way on through. And this is going to be a good run now as we take a look ahead at the finals and how the finals will set, as the fastest lap marker trades a few different hands before falling into the hands of Adler Klein, who has a 50.889. When we get to the finals, it'll be 10 minutes plus 2 laps. And that will be how all the finals will go through. Will Steele now still leading ahead from Max Klein. And I mean, I'm kind of inclined to say that this is going to be a fantastic battle, just fighting their way on through here. And we'll see if Max Klein can make his way on through. Not yet, but it's still pretty early on. You still got over half of the regulation time.
I was going to say, they can still buy their time, kind of just ride around, maybe save some of their equipment and make a charge later on in this event. But Max Klein has not let Will Steele get away, but Logan Mueller in third, who has a little bit of a gap between him and second place of just over half a second there. He was the fastest kart on the racetrack that time around with a 50.609. So keep putting those laps together for Logan Mueller in the 927, and he could easily become parts of this lead battle, especially when you see them first and second. Steele and Klein duck out slightly there down the hill there. It looks like it is starting to tighten up here between the top 5 as we're completing another lap here will be interesting to see. I'm excited to see if we do start seeing some great racing once they start accordioning back together here with about 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, plus 1 lap in this event.
Yeah, this is the final pre-final of the weekend as Brady Heber gets ahead of Josiah Phillips on that last lap. Brady Heber now up into 11th as he will try to make his way back up through the field. And this has just been a chaotic race here in the KA 100 Pro-Am pre-final. About 3 minutes to go in regulation before the final lap kicks in. And this is going to be a fast and furious run for these drivers. Max Klein still trying to get a move on and try to get Will Steele here. He will try to steal away that pole position from Will Steele as they come down the line. Nothing yet, but look how close these drivers are. They are pretty much, like our top 4 are within a second of each other. So, I mean, Max Klein already about less than a tenth away from the 901 of Will Steele. And they are just going to make their way through the infield. And you got to remember, you still have to do the final later on, so you don't want to get into too much of a kerfuffle. You want to still try to save some of that pace, some of that energy for later on. So just slingshotting their way around. And it's going to be a tight battle coming through Mini Barcelona. It's a proper three-way fight now. Logan Mueller pretty much already right on the bumper of our top 2.
Yeah, I don't think the drivers are just going to let Will Steele, ride around and take home this win. So he's going to have to start defending, especially now that Logan Mueller has clearly joined this battle. Now, yes, they all are racing with the same kart, but we'll see if they decide to. It looks like we have a battle. Looks like Mueller just was able to take over that second position. He made it look easy if that was the case down in that infield section, and slots Logan Mueller into the number 2 spot, I believe. And we'll see if he has anything for our leader, 901 of Will Steele, as they are now coming. They're really all packed right back together, the top 4, as they're coming down the front straightaway. And it looks like we're going to have 3 laps to go this time around.
Yeah, about 3 laps to go this time around. Indeed, Logan Mueller did get the move up into second position there, so it is confirmed that he did make the move into second. A very strong move indeed. The number 927. And we'll see if he can try to make that P2 into a P1 as well. He started 3rd in this race, just behind Max Klein and Will Steele. Will Steele started on pole position, and we'll see if he can hold on to it. He's already having to do some defensive chops to try to break that slipstream down the hill in the Mini Barcelona. And it's going to be just absolutely nose-to-tail snaking coming through now as they will just accordion their way now down the straight. It'll be 2 to go at the signal, 20 laps to go, plus 1 more lap. Logan Mueller actually makes a move for the lead. Wow, you're blinking, you missed that one. That was a good move there.
It looks like Mueller was able to take the lead in the identical spot that he was able to take that second place position. It's a little bit far from our cameras there, so it's a little bit tough to see, but I saw it briefly. Right there is where he was able to overtake last time by and get that lead. So obviously he's got that part of the racetrack figured out, and now he's trying to set sail as we're going to come down to just 1 lap to go. But look at the top 5 are just covered up as we're heading to the white flag.
Yeah, good catch there. I missed that pass completely, and it's, like I said, it's one of those things you blink and you miss it. Coming now down to the start line for 1 more lap out of 9 there. Marcus Batcha now in 5th, or up to 4th, excuse me, as now Logan Mueller is going to try to get ahead and try to pull ahead and try to build a bit of a gap to Will Steele and Max Klein in the back. So it's going to be a 3-way fight with Max Klein looking to make a move onto Will Steele. It's going to be tightly knit stuff as they make their way through the infield. Now your best opportunity to really try to get an overtake without having to drag race to the line is going to be down this massive downhill. Coming out into Mini Barcelona. Going to be very nicely stretched here as they will go ahead and go through, just snaking one way and looking another. And your winner of the final pre-final of the day, he'll be making his way to the line. And it'll be a drag race, but it'll be Logan Mueller ahead of Will Steele, Max Klein, Marcus Batcher, Adler Klein, and Michael Maker in the top 6. And then Garrett Hagerman, Ryan Miller ahead of Alejandro Gallagher, then Braden Heber coming ahead of Warner Angelsica and Josiah Phillips and Caleb Cersone, who had a moment in the beginning of the race, and this race ended before it got a chance to really get going. In a couple of minutes, we'll go ahead and kick off the finals with the N35 Rental Cup Final coming at you shortly here on Kart Chasers.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight.
Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com. you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
And they're going to go ahead and roll on. And this is going to be a good run here. And we're going to have to see how this one pans out because these rental karts are going to be fast and furious here. So this is going to be a fast, high-speed run here as the N35 karts will come to the line for 10 minutes plus 2 laps. We are go here in the N35 Cup. And then it is going to be Randy Bader Jr. going to go ahead and lead us to green as we go ahead and make our way through. This class has been fast and furious, but also very, very clean as we continue to see how these drivers will go ahead and shake their way on through. We are already starting to see two little packs here just spread apart into two halves of the field here. And we're going to just witness how these drivers are going to go ahead and make their rounds through. And they're going to go ahead and make their way now through the infield, coming out down into mini Barcelona. Going to be a good run down the line. Randy Bader Jr. still leads ahead of Marcus Bincourt and Max Klein, who did compete earlier on. And so it is going to be Carlos Diaz trying to find something, trying to find anything to maybe snag a podium spot here on the run. And we're going to see as they come across the line after the first lap, who is going to go ahead and be the quickest driver on the track, who had the best lap time. Randy Bader Jr. seems to have that title for now, as Carlos Diaz actually falls well and truly down the order. Himself and Marcus Batchel have dropped way down the order, and that is unfortunate there for those drivers, especially Carlos Diaz. He started in 4th position. He started in 4th position and dropped all the way down now, down towards P13. The top 3 will remain as they are, and they're going to go to make their way through. Marcos Bincourt wearing the purple shirt, a very nice shade of purple. Probably one of the best colors out there is that very nice shade of purple. We'll see if he can go ahead and make the move into the lead. You can see Randy Bader Jr. just kind of taking a look over the shoulders, and he is going to go ahead and just try to find some way coming through the Barcelona sector. And I mean, you can just hear the tires screeching on these karts. These things are giving it their all. They're not as fast and they're not as light as the pro karts, but they are still certainly a heck of a lot of fun to drive. As Kart 20, Randy Bader is still going to hold on ahead of Marcus Bincourt, Max Klein, and Carter Thompson will make some moves as Michael Maker will drop some positions. Carlos Diaz going to go ahead and make a move now as Wyatt Carnes drops to the bottom. And Carlos Diaz actually gets a warning for a tramline violation. So that's the number 26 chart. No penalty, just a bit of a warning, just a little slap on the wrist there. And we're going to see now as they come through, we're seeing some good battles here right in the midfield as well as they exit and now make their way onto mini Barcelona. Come through mini Barcelona now. They're going to go ahead and just drop the run now coming down into Barcelona sector. And they're just going to go ahead and try to fight their way on through. Now coming onto the star line here very, very soon is going to be Randy Bader Jr. Going to try to find something here. He's pretty much had a clean sweep all day today. But Marcos Bittencourt is going to try to prevent that. He is going to try to find some kind of gap here in these N35 rental karts. He will get the fastest lap though. So the purple shirt is pretty much right to the bumper. Right to that little bumper guard of Randy Bader Jr. Now one of the big key differences amongst several is there's a little bit of a nudge there. As these two karts are just going to go ahead and just cycle their way on through. I believe that might have been Thompson and Gardner. Or no, I'm sorry, I'm going to try to see who that is, but in the meantime, battle for the lead is still going on. Bittencourt and Randy Bader Jr. still fighting it out. Now, these things do have bumper guards around the wheels, so we'll see how this one kind of shakes out, because this is going to be a excellent battle as the drivers will continue to just scrap their way around. Are we going to see any moves for a position here? Not quite. As they will still fight. And look at this, a move for the lead. It's going to be drivers down the line. Marcos Bincourt potentially grabbing the lead here. And it's going to be a good run. Good run. Can he stick it? Bader Jr. still holds on. as we are approaching the end of the first half of the race. We have seen some very, very, very crazy moves in this one. It is Patrick Coleman alongside Brett Baldick bringing you all the action. And Brett, I mean, this race, I mean, we love these rental cards. These N35 cards by ProAm, they're certainly something, and they've been providing good racing action all weekend.
Yeah, it's really some of the great racing for, like I mentioned earlier, that maybe you don't have the time, the money, or the patience to actually have a cart at your house. But look at this battle we have among the top three. Very similar to what we saw in the pre-final, Bader Jr., Bittencourt, and Klein. And we'll see if any moves are going to be made. So I think after watching the pre-final, you're going to make a move for the lead. I think you're going to want to make it earlier, sooner rather than later, because it looks a little tough to pass in these a little bit slower rental carts, a little bit more wide. Also, we saw in the pre-final, they are not afraid to, race control is not afraid to break out the rule book and use some of those rules, as we saw. Looks like Bittencourt was Marcos Bittencourt. Looked like he ducked out slightly there down the straightaway, but decided to tuck back in behind. But these front three have a lead of over 5 seconds between fourth position. And then the battle is also on between fourth and about eighth. So we have multiple packs of racing here in these rental carts, but it looks like it's going to be decided among these three, Bader Jr., Bittencourt, and Klein, as they come down the hill nose to tail.
Yeah, they will be nose to tail as they just kind of cycle their way coming through now, as this is going to be a beautiful fight. It's going to be a move up the inside, and it looks like Carter Thompson is going to get the move done. And that is Carter Thompson getting passed by Cole Christopherson, and that is going to be a pass for fifth, excuse me. And so that is going to be a pass there for the top five. Cole Christopherson trying to find something here. He will get ahead of Will Wilkie, and actually Christopherson has dropped down. It looked like he actually made the pass there, but I guess he might have gotten retaken there quite a bit as we continue to go through now, as the battles do continue to rage on here. It is going to be about 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go here on this one. Just to remind everybody, this is how the finals are going to sit. 10 minutes, 2 laps. And that is going to make sure that we have some spectacular competition. Now, we did hear from production earlier that while it's not expected to be much of a threat until the later stages of the finals, I think after when we get more into the KA 100s, but rain is forming. There is a cell forming not too far from the track, and Alex Zakusico gets a 3-second penalty for blocking.
Yeah, just checking the radar. The rain is just north. It's pretty light, just north of Dayton at this time. May actually even miss the track. So we should be good for the next couple of hours, and that's a great thing, especially because we don't want to, as fun as a wet races can be, we've seen some great action this dry weather already. And take a look at, this is the battle, I believe, a little bit further back in the pack. This is 4th through about 8th, and they're mixing it up back here. And looks like they're still mixing it up. I thought they're gonna make some contact there, but they get it sorted out. Everyone back into the single file line. As you can see, there come our leaders down the hill, and then here is 4th to 9th as they're still diced up. It looks like that is going to be Will Wilkie, I believe, going into the 4th position. So slot him in there, and he's got his fire suit on, ready to go for his next event. And wow, they went 3 wide, I think, briefly through those corners there as they're coming down the straightaway. As now we have a battle for 2nd position between Bittencourt and Klein. Randy Bader Jr. loves to see that. He's led, I think, since the green flag, and he led all the laps in the pre-final. So Randy Bader Jr. definitely has this place figured out in these rental carts. I believe he's in a yellow cart. He's in the number 20, I know that, but they're still dicing it up back here. 3 wide. That may not work in this corner here. They get it sorted out, though.
Going 3 wide on almost any track is sketchy to me. I have always been a little nervous anytime we see anybody go 3 wide. It doesn't matter whether you're in NASCAR, whether you're in F1, whether you're in rental carts. MotoGP maybe, because they're skinny enough where they got opportunities to kind of go 3 wide. But even then, going 3 wide in any motorsport is always a bit of a scary thing. As they cross the line now, they will be shown the 2 to go signal here. So it'll be 2 laps to go as they cross the line. Max Klein did get the move done on the Bittencourt, and that will be for 2nd place now. And this 3-way battle for the race lead is going to continue. But look at this. Look at this. Side-by-side action for the lead. Randy Bader Jr. in that yellowish green cart. Max Klein in the red. Bittencourt in the purple. And they're going to just duke it out. It looks like Bittencourt's trying to fight back. And look at this. It's going to be a maneuver for 2nd place. Bittencourt back into 2nd place as they get ready to come back through the Barcelona sector. What a race this has been so far. Just good action all the way through. Just snaking along, trying to find something. And our original top 3 order has been reset. Bader to Klein, or Bader to Bittencourt to Klein as we get ready to start the final lap.
And Bittencourt looks like he wants a sniff of that lead. Poked out briefly in that final corner, decided to go back into line as now he ducks out once again. We'll have the inside preferred groove going through this first corner. And I think they're going to go 3 wide into this one. No. Oh my goodness, they make it work somehow. What a battle we're seeing as now Bader Jr. gets the run and preferred groove into this corner and is able to regain the lead for the time being, but this is not over yet. They're still battling as they're going through this infield section. They get it sorted out now, but I have a feeling coming down that hill in just a few moments, we're going to see some more passes for the lead.
Yeah, this one's definitely not over yet, and this is going to be a big battle here coming down. Bader Jr. somehow back in the lead after going 3 wide on numerous occasions, as Marcos Bittencourt and Max Klein are going to just battle it out coming through Barcelona for one last time. Who's going to take the win in our first final of the afternoon? It's going to be a run to the line, and Randy Bader Jr. is going to go to take victory. He's got it. He knows he's got it. It's in the air. Randy Bader Jr. wins the N35 Cup Final here on the Sunday. Marcos Bittencourt and Max Klein rounding out your podium, with Klein getting the fastest lap. Carter Thompson ahead of Will Wilkie, ahead of Alex Zacuzzico, Cole Christopherson, and it's going to be Shane Hambrick, Carlo Diaz, Isaac Garner, Marcus Batchen, Michael Maker, Gabby Batchen, Wyatt Carnes, and Shepard Siebel rounding out your field here tonight. When we come back, it'll be time for the 206 Master and Supermaster Final coming at you here shortly on Kart Chasers. All right, everybody, please rise if you are able to and remove your hats for the playing of our nation's national anthem. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. It is time, as we get ready to go, it is time for the 206 Master and Super Master Finals, as we are in the final stage of the weekend here at this fantastic doubleheader at the MCC Cincinnati KartPlex here for rounds number 7 and 8 of the MCC ProAm Karting Championship. It is now time for the 206 Masters and Super Masters Final. As we get ready to go here, they are going to form up in the tram lines nice and neat. And we're going to get ready as we wait for the light to go green. It is green flag and away we go. And it's going to be Alan Elwood, head of Mac Ice, and Evan McCorkadale all trying to jockey for position here in the opening stages of the final. 10 minutes plus 2 laps here. And it's going to be a grand old time here. Patrick Coleman alongside Brett Baldeck as we go ahead and get ready to go. And this is going to be a good run here. McCorkadale actually down a spot. He has dropped down into 4th on the run. And we are seeing some good racing action as these drivers are just trying to jockey their way through. And this is going to be a good run now down Barcelona. And this is going to be the run to that famous Barcelona sector. McCorkadale trying to retake. He was actually about to drop down to 5th. Now back into 4th. It's been a tricky start here for the number 19, but they will continue to go through. And what is this? I think somebody might have an issue there towards the back.
We had a driver got extremely loose in the corner and then got off in the dirt, was able to regain control. I believe that was Emerson Jarvis in the number 6, the yellow cart. So no harm, no foul, just lost a little bit on the lead pack. Now, I was about to say, you want to get what you can get early on here, because I have a feeling, and we're already seeing it a little bit right now, that these carts are going to get strung out, and then it's going to be a little bit harder for you to make any passes. Again, we are talking about championship points for a lot of these guys and only 2 rounds remaining. So you know you can get early on in these laps, because you can see our 2 first and second place are already kind of checking out, but then this is the hornet's nest for 3rd on back through about 10 positions. So this is a mess back here, but our 2 leaders, Elwood and Geis, are clean and away so far early on in this event.
Yeah, it's going to be a great battle as these drivers go ahead and just try to fight. It's going to be some more fights for position here. And there's going to be a clean sweep through. And drivers are all just trying to do all sorts of battle as they go through, and that is the number 34, Chris Gorman, trying to fight through now. And we're seeing some good hard battles as Mike Doty goes ahead and gets there, as Alan Elwood has been strong all day here on the Sunday. He does now have the fastest lap, and he's pulled about almost a 10th and a quarter on the back guys, mid for the back. So McCorkadale back up in the 3rd. Had a tricky start, but he's able to fight his way back after almost being dropped down even to 5th position as they continue to make their way through. We'll see how the gaps will situate themselves here as they come across the line. Elwood is going to go ahead. He's pulled away, but not by a whole lot. Evan McCorkadale's gained almost about a 10th and a half there, as Carson Noble will start to drop down the order. He lost 2 positions on that last run. So, but it's still pretty early on. But like you said, a lot of these cars have been running strong all weekend long, and some of those parts might just be starting to wear out.
Yeah, still early on, and then obviously, you know, this is the hottest part of the day. This is the hottest the track has been all day. Definitely way different conditions than what we saw this morning when we came on the air for qualifying. As you can see them coming down the hill here on the back stretch. Looks like our best battle is for that 4th and 5th position. Justin Hart and Greg Leahy. Looks like they are going to start battling perhaps down this front straightaway, but early on in this event, not even halfway through here yet. We still got 6 minutes plus 2 laps on the clock, but their urgency is going to start picking up, I believe, especially for these drivers in the back that have opportunities to make some passes. Urgency will start picking up in the next couple of minutes as time's running out. We're in the final round of the weekend, and then you have your championship battle coming back here in the fall.
Yeah, there's 4 more rounds left to go across 3 different days. We do have a round in September and then 2 rounds in October, with the final one being a doubleheader known as Kart-O-Ween on from October 23rd to the 25th. That'll be our final round here of the season. And look at this, moves being made, 2 positions dropped there. And that is an unfortunate situation, but a good, clean pass for those drivers. I think that's Emerson Jarvis, or no, that's Justin Hart who just dropped 2 positions there. So Justin Hart now shuffled down, I think down to 6th. And it's unfortunate that for Hart, he would get shuffled down to 6th. He got passed by 2 Supermasters, Chris Gorman and Greg Leahy. And they just had the more pace, so they just got past him there. Just about a little under 5 minutes to go before the final 2 laps here of the final for the Master and Supermaster. And then we go to 206 Juniors next. So we have 4 206 classes, a shifter class, and then we have the KAs and the mini micros. So we still got a lot of beautiful racing action here. About 8 more rounds, 8 more races to go here on the day after this one. Matt Geist now will be trying to maybe catch something back. He did improve on the last lap. He did get the fastest lap, and he did gain about a 10th on to Alan Elwood as that now make their way down the main stretch.
Yeah, shout out to Chris Boardman that you see flashing on the screen right now. He started 13th up to 4th. That's plus 9 positions in a very short period of time. He moves early on in the race. That's something that Chris Boardman was able to do to get up to the 4th time to get to the podium position. He's still about 3 seconds behind Evan McCordale in the 19, but anything can happen. As we know, we've seen all weekend, anything can happen. But things starting to wind down with 3.5 minutes to go. There are your leaders coming down the hill. Pretty good gap in between our top 3, even our top 4. Then the best battle looks like it is for 5th and 6th. That is Greg Leahy and Justin Hart in 5th and 6th. See them come around these tight corners before coming down. 6th, Greg Leahy in 5th. We'll see if those positions change at all in the closing stages of this event, as Alan Elwood continues to lead by over a second and also just had the fastest lap of the race at a 58.188.
He pulled about just under 3/10 away from Matt Geist there on that last lap. So Alan Elwood still finding that late weekend pace in that number 5 kart, and he will try to just run away with this one. He will give it a go. We'll see if he can go ahead and continue to build up that very impressive gap to cap off a very impressive weekend for Alan Elwood, as Matt Geist now he'll want to close back up, but there's a battle here just a bit further back. This will be for the lead of the Supermasters, I believe, or no, this is actually going to be for P5, the last spot in the top 5, between Justin Hart in 2nd place in the Supermasters category of Greg Leahy. Those drivers are going to try to just chase each other down the start stretch here, and this is going to be Cody and Brayton Jarvis, and the battles are going to continue about 2 minutes plus 2 laps, so it should be right about 4 laps, give or take, about 3 to 4 laps left in this final, and then it'll be 206 Juniors coming at you. But in the meantime, good battles happening here between Justin Hart and Greg Leahy, and this is going to be a good scrap here as they make the way coming down to Barcelona, and they'll come to the sweeping left-hander just before coming through the twin hairpins before making your way back onto the start stretch. And now you got to think, I mean, you got to really just start to Elwood has not slacked off even 1 bit. He just had another fast lap and pulled away almost 4/10 from Matt Geist on that lap.
Yeah, Alan Elwood obviously has been strong today, I believe, led all the laps in the pre-final. He's led all the laps here so far in this Super Masters final, so definitely doesn't want to put any wheels off, just kind of wants to bring it home here with about 40 seconds plus. And we saw a good camera angle from our second camera, this camera right here. We saw how spread out the field was when they come around through these sweeping corners here. So that's what we are expecting. The longer this race ran, the tires fall off a little bit, tires warm up, the track heats up, and we're going to see this kind of distance put in between the drivers. I mean, you can see there's a whole straightaway between first and about third for the best battle right now on the racetrack. It looks like it's going to be further to the back, possibly in the 7th, 8th, and 9th position. I'm sorry, that's 10th and 11th that you're seeing on your screen there. This is the best battle. Mike Doty and is that we're seeing. It is Mike Doty, Brayton Jarvis battling deep in the field, 10th and 11th, as we are going to have just a few laps remaining. So now is the time to make those moves before that checkered flag wins.
It'll be 2 laps to go by the time they come across the line. And it's going to be a good battle here that we're witnessing for 10th. As they go through, we're going to see some changes in direction. Drivers trying to find opening. They're trying to become the ultimate opportunist and try to cash it in. Alan Elwood, though, has cashed in on that raw pace of the number 5. And they're going to go ahead and just try to just snake their way on through. And look at this. Here comes a pass. This is going to be a pass across the line. And that's going to be for P10. Brayton Jarvis ahead of Mike Doty. And Doty's going to try to fight back. Doty does fight back, but he isn't able to get the move redone. He will attempt the overtake, but the overtake was not there for his taking. And they're going to continue to battle it out as they make their way through this sector. It'll be a white flag next time by for Alan Elwood, who has not put a foot wrong here all day on the Sunday. As Justin Hart now tries to chase down Greg Leahy for position here as they will begin the final lap of the 206 Master and Super Masters. Alan Elwood now putting about half a second on the Matt Geist that last lap, so we can see that the number 5 is certainly dialed in, and he will score some big points here today in this one. So some big points just gathered here, and we'll see what he can really do with this one, because this could be an exciting battle just throughout the field, as Matt Noble and Rene Moeller are pretty close together. That's going to be card 68 and 29, getting pretty close together. But now, making his way through the Barcelona sector for one last dance, one last time here. It is going to be a cap off to a successful weekend for the number 5. Alan Elwood can take a bow, because Alan Elwood is going to win your 206 Master and Super Master Final. Alan Elwood wins here in Cincinnati, back guys in second place. And Evan McCorkadale will go ahead and cross the line. Chris Gorman gets a Super Master record right as he comes across the line. Spectacular lap from the 34. And it's going to be a pretty big guy coming across the line. And your results are in for this one. It is going to be Alan Elwood ahead of Matt Geist, Evan McCorkadale, Chris Gorman, Greg Leahy, Justin Hart, Matt Noble, Rene Moeller, ahead of Carson Noble, Brayton Jarvis, Mike Doty, Emerson Jarvis, and Don Harrington rounding out the field. Next up will be the 206 Junior Final, coming at you here shortly. Alrighty, everybody. It is time for our third final of the afternoon. And it's going to be the 206 juniors getting ready to give it a go as we get ready here. They're going to go side by side and get ready to form the tram lines as we get ready to rock and roll here. And this is going to be a good run here, and you see that the light is telling the drivers to slow it on down a bit. And we're going to get ready to go green here very, very shortly. And it's going to be about 3, 2, 1, and it's a green flag, and away we go here in the 206 junior final. They're already all packed in together like a 12-pack of soda, making their way through into turn 2. And they're going to make their way now through turn 3, and it's going to be the big run down to the infield. As it's going to be Ethan Langley starting ahead of William Richard and Homer Heeman. Kason Balton, Jensen Wolf, and Hayden Ruggiero going ahead and being your 6 drivers on the racetrack here in this one. They're about to get ready to go through Barcelona sector now, and this is going to be a strong run as they can try to make their way down here. Going to be a good shake. Oh, positional change there. Already trying to make moves. Now it's going to be a good dive up the inside. Is he going to be able to make it stick? And yes, that's a move for 4th position. What a maneuver there. As we're going to come across the line. It's going to be a drag race, potentially even a lead swap here on the lead lap. They will tuck in and they will reconsider and go at it again later. As Kason Bathen will retake it. Jensen Wolf there, right there as well. You have Kason Bathen in the lime green cart trying to make his way around, but it is going to be a strong battle. Homer Heeman with the fastest lap, and he moves up into 2nd place on the opening stages of this race, and we are seeing some good hard scraps here, Brett.
Yeah, Langley, Heeman, and Richard, they are picking up where they left off in the pre-final. They are kind of the class of the field, and they raced just like this in the pre-final. 3 carts in a line for majority of the event. I believe there weren't many moves made towards the end, but that was the pre-final. This is the final, so this is a whole different animal here. This is where the trophy is awarded and where the points will be awarded as well. So if you're in a good championship battle, you definitely want to get as many positions as possible as Langley, Hyman, and Richard continue to lead top 3. As you can see, they're still battling it back here between Kason Bathen and Jensen Wolf for 4th and 5th. They are not ready to settle this yet, but Langley, Eamon, and Richard all able to get away. They have a over 3-second lead, almost 3.5-second lead between the top 3 and 4th place position. As you can see, they're in top 3, swinging their way through the infield section, now going up the hill and down the hill before these tight corners back onto the front straightaway.
They are going to do what they can here to try to find these positions and try to maximize their points. And I mean, there's only 4 rounds to go, 3 events left to go here in the season. So, because you got 2 rounds, you got a round in September, and then you have a round in October, and then the last doubleheader is in October as well. So there's not a lot of opportunities to grab points. So every point is going to matter when you're fighting for the championship, as Jensen Wolf gets past Kason Bathen across the last lap. Very nicely done there for the 22, who had some pretty good pace here yesterday, but we've gotten to the stage where we talked about the machines wearing out, right? Like the different components stuff, your engines might be going out, your tires might be going out. There's a lot of things that do wear out on the carts, but the drivers themselves are probably getting pretty tired as well. It has been a very busy weekend here, and I mean, granted, these drivers are young, so they got energy to spare, but I mean, it has been a very intense weekend for these drivers, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them really start to wear out, as once again on top 3, nose to tail, snaking their way on through. But William Richard did get ahead of Homer Heeman there a couple of corners ago. So once again, the battle will just continue as they make their way through. Richard actually in the fastest lap that time around. He might be looking to make another move there onto Ethan Langley. Not yet. Not enough space. You don't really see too many moves going into turn 1. And so far, all the moves that have happened into turn 1 have pretty much resulted in disaster. So you definitely don't want to trying to make too many moves into turn 1. And oh, what has happened here? Is that a kart issue? That is a kart issue. That is Kason Bathun having an issue in the 612, and that is his day done and dusted.
Yeah, you hate to see that, have a day done early with how long you've been here today, how long you've been here this weekend. But he pulls off the track, and the battle for the top 3 continues as there's some contact between Homer Heeman, and William Richard. We'll see if the race officials call that one at all. We do have a warning going down, or let's see what type of, we have a mechanical flag for Jensen Wolf. As you can see, I think he's the one that just pulled off the racetrack as well. So things going upside down here in the last couple of minutes, as it looks like our top 3 still are battling for the lead. They may be the only ones left on the racetrack if we continue to see this attrition occur out here on the race course as they're making their way through the infield section. And Langley still has the lead, but they are still nose to tail. This is not over just yet, as going to duck out possibly a pass for second. No, they decide to get back in line before they head down these tight corners and onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, we're seeing some potentially aggressive ones, and there's a penalty for avoidable contact. So, okay, so Jensen Wolf, meatball flag, or mechanical flag, as it is more professionally known. And you do have Kason Bathun, excuse me, avoidable contact penalty. And that's even more drama happening here. Wow, everything's just come alive here in the last couple of laps here. Just everything is fired up. And I mean, these drivers are just giving it everything to maximize their weekend here in MCC.
Yeah, Homer Heeman was literally on top of William Richard, I believe, in the 587. I thought it was going to be disaster. Now they're able to they were able to save it, not damage their carts, and get back going. But you can see the lead now that Ethan Langley has been able to attain due to that bizarre issue that we saw coming off of turn 2 over there. Ethan Langley now has over a second lead, so we'll see if Richard and Heeman are able to work together, get back up to that lead, but I'm surprised they were able to keep going. I thought that was going to be a disaster there, but a good heads-up driving to keep both hands on the wheel, save it, and continue on here.
Yeah, I mean, and then now we actually are hearing that Homer Heeman is under investigation for avoidable contact with William Richard there, and that will allow Ethan Langley to really get a good pull away here. As just, wow, this is so much drama for this one. At this point, we might even, like, half of the drivers have been affected by something here in this race. I mean, Jensen Wolf, mechanical flag, Kason Bathun, avoidable contact pen, and now Homer Heeman under investigation. But hey, William Richard gets a lap record, so I guess there's not any real damage on that car too much. You know, there is a really funny story of, I promise this won't go on to a tangent, but there is one point where in a Formula 1 race about 10 years ago, a Ferrari, I think it was one of Fernando Alonso's Ferraris, got damaged, and it somehow made the cars faster with that damage. So I wonder if that's something that kind of happened to William Richard, although he hasn't been given a mechanical flag. But I mean, you get into a bit of contact, and then a few laps later, you get a lap record. I mean, the similarities are there.
Yeah, I was about to say, he definitely cut that lead down. It was 1.2 seconds. That time by, it was 0.73 seconds. This time by, it's going to be just hundredths of a second because he is on the bumper of Ethan Langley. So Ethan's got some company now for that lead, and just in time if you're William Richard, because we have a minute left with 2 laps. So probably 4 laps to go here, and the lead is heating up as Richard's going to look down to the inside and make that pass cleanly through this infield section. We'll see if he can hang on to it before the checkered flag waves.
is going to be a tricky one, and they'll be shown the 2 to go before the end, or at the end of this lap, so that's going to be a tricky one. I mean, there's nose to tail. Homer He-Man trying to find it inside. William Richard trying to find it inside as well, but neither one of them will be able to gain a position coming through Barcelona. So neither one of them will try to find anything, or they won't be able to find anything yet. They'll try their best, but they won't succeed on this attempt. Still a couple more attempts. William Richard, though, trying to go on the inside. He's got the move, and it's going to be Langley going ahead and just getting passed up there a bit, and just no space at all there. Homer He-Man also gets through, and Homer He-Man, this will be music to his ears. No further action for the avoidable contact with himself and William Richard earlier on in the race. So there is no further action for avoidable contact for Homer He-Man. So this is going to be a great battle here. No penalties to disrupt this one, as they will make their way through this field, and it's going to be a tight run. And they're going to go ahead and go nose to tail here with about 2 laps to go after cross the line. And wow, what a dramatic final this has been here, Brett. Probably the most dramatic one of the entire weekend, I'd say.
Yeah, as you see, now we have another Homer He-Man able to go into the lead, so he went from possibly having a penalty to getting it declined, now into the lead, possibly winning this race. And don't forget, this is what's got me. It's wild that they just had these karts on top of each other literally 3 laps ago, and here they are battling for the win. This is far from over, though. We still got 2 laps, about a lap and a half to go. They're still nose to tail, and we've seen some great runs down this back straightaway down the hill, and also the last 2 laps, we've seen some great runs coming off the final corner down the front straightaway and to the start-finish line. So if you want to take this win, if you're Homer He-Man, you are going to have to play defense, as we are about to get that white flag.
White flag and 1 more lap to go, and here we go. It's going to be a battle here. They're trying to jockey for the position, but I think William Richards had contact again. They are scrapping. They are fighting. This is fight day here on the road and on this beautiful MCC Cincinnati KartPlex. We are seeing battles happening here as they come through. They are trying. They are looking one way, looking another, and they are going to go ahead and just make their way down to Barcelona for one last time. And this is going to be a big one down the backstretch. Who's going to go to get the move? Oh, it's going to be tight. Oh, it's a move up the inside. Is the move going to stick? 2 for the price of 1. A bump trap there gets into the lead. Homer He-Man now down in the 3rd. And this one is going to be a fast and furious run coming to the line. And I don't even know who's going to pull this one off. You got Homer He-Man trying to get some pace. They're trying to find something, but in the end, William Richard wins the 206 Junior Final ahead of Ethan Langley and Homer He-Man, with Hayden Ruggiero being the last driver to come across the line. So it is William Richard ahead of Ethan Langley, Homer He-Man, Hayden Ruggiero, and then Jensen Wolf and Kaysen Bethan unable to finish the race. That's going to be it for this one, but when we come back, it'll be the 206 Senior Final coming at you shortly.
Starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I just love shopping. I love shopping too. Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah. Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Okay. We are.
All right, it is green flag and away we go here for the 206 seniors as they are racing here. One of the biggest classes on the day. And Henry Wheeler led us to green. And oh, there's contact. Somebody's off into the grass there. Oh, that is unfortunate stuff. And there is already drama here in the finals again today. He was able to get going though. So there will be no kart pickup that time around. But we saw drama happen earlier on in the pre-final for this class, which saw James Overbeck get a massive recovery drive. And now Brandon Eagle's going to try to fight his way through, but just there, James Overbeck, the blue overalls, trying to fight now, coming through Barcelona. And they're going to try to do everything in their power. James Overbeck getting a warning for pushing on the start. So that is a warning for the 48, who's currently sitting in third position. And now they'll make their way over the line. And we're going to see an under investigation for avoidable contact. I think that might also be James Overbeck under investigation for that one as well. We'll have to wait and see who's going to get dinged for that one. But opening stages here and coming through, and it's going to be a good fight now coming through the infield. Drivers really trying to push their way, coming on through now, making their way down to Barcelona. But look at James Overbeck right there. He might be looking to make a move on to Will Wilkie. And he will not be able to get the move done on Will. He's going to try, though, maybe try to sling it up the inside. Nothing yet. There's just no room available here on this stage. Like we said, tires might be wearing out. It is higher track temps than we experienced earlier on in the pre-final. So finding grip here is going to be a bit easier said than done. As now Jacob Schiavel will take the fastest lap with a 57.023.
Yeah, no surprise as well to see Wheeler, Wilkie, and Overbeck 1, 2, and 3. They've been the class of the field all weekend. Overbeck almost had the win yesterday, but you remember they really diced it up in the final laps of the final yesterday, as now Overbeck looks like he's dropped off a little bit from Wheeler and Wilkie, which is very similar to what we saw in the pre-final. You can see the gap there, as there is now a battle for 4th and 5th between Iannello and the 821, and it looks like even farther back, this is a hornet's nest back here. This is Braden Bieber Adler Klein all battling it out here. Looks like they get it organized back into single file formation. This is well behind our leaders, though, at least 3 to 4 seconds. You can see Overbeck has lost about 1.5 seconds in that one lap alone. So not sure if the kart is just not driving to his liking, but very similar to what we saw in the pre-final.
Yeah, he had some kind of issue that saw him just drop down the field, but he was able to recover back up to the podium spots for James Overbeck. So I wonder if some of those parts might just be on their last legs. So there might be some parts that might just have to be retired after this one. And you would hate to have to retire it here because you've had such a strong run all day long. You've never recovered drivers and stuff of legends. But I mean, your whole weekend just comes to a premature end if you have a mechanical failure here in this one, which that is just one of the unfortunate heartbreaks of racing. We've seen it in any form of motorsport, whether it's Formula One, NASCAR, IndyCar, karting, motocross, you name it. Mechanical failures just tend to happen here in a sport that relies so much on a machine. You got to be driving a good machine, but sometimes that good machine can be rapid, but it can also just give up on you at some points. Mechanical failures do just happen. As we do have a very tight battle for the race lead here. Will Wilkie and Henry Wheeler still trying to fight it out for the lead. James Overbeck will want to be in this battle as well, but there's no room for Will Wilkie to really make a dive onto Henry Wheeler. So there's going to be some fights, but it's going to be a fight to close in the gap to actually start a fight with Henry Wheeler. We got about 5.5 minutes left to go on this one, and this one is going to be a doozy as Alex Zaccusillo gets a warning for accidental contact. I think that might have been the driver under investigation earlier.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler just that time by fastest lap of the race at a 56.644 as he has almost a half-second lead. So looks like he's starting to slowly stretch it out. Best battle on the racetrack is that one that you see on your screen at home on Kart Chaser. That would be Adler Klein in 6th and Braden Heber in 7th. They've been nose to tail for the last couple of laps. Looking down our running order, yeah, that is the best battle. Actually, Wilkie and Overbeck have come, I think, back together slightly for the battle. Might soon be on for 2nd and 3rd as well, but we'll stick with this battle right now between Klein and Heber in 6th and 7th. As you can see, I was mistaken. The 2nd place is not heating up. It's actually 3rd and 4th that's beginning now to heat up between Overbeck and Weibel, who is now the fastest kart on the racetrack that time by in the 821, 56.589. So a late charge for the number 821 in 4th position.
Yeah, Jacob Schiabel is going to try to make something here against James Overbeck. He did gain about 67 milliseconds on that last lap, which is, it's not a lot, but every millisecond counts in racing. And I mean, he's going to be pretty close to the back now, but he will not have the opportunity to make the move. We'll see what he can do on the next go around here. He is closing the gap, but he might even be close enough to make the move now coming down into turn 1. So they're going to make their way down the main straight about 3.5 minutes before the final 2 laps of this one. And there will be no move here at the end, as that's actually a record now set by one Jacob Schiabel. And that is a record lap time of a 56.367. As there's going to be a good run here. 3 drivers nose to tail as they make their way around. Adler Klein also been given a warning for accidental contact. I think that might have been with Alex Zaccusillo. As now they're going to be nose to tail, just making their way through. And this is actually I think this is actually the battle for third. This is actually a 3-way battle for 2nd now, as Henry Wheeler will move on. And the gap is just going to close up now. And this is a 3-way battle for 2nd position. Will Wilkie, James Overbeck, and Jason Schiabel all fighting for 2nd.
Yeah, I was about to wonder if they were going to stay in line and try and work together to try and hunt down our leader of Henry Wheeler, but clearly they are not doing that with James Overbeck now going into third, and I believe the 821, or excuse me, Overbeck is second, and I believe the 821 has been able to slot into third. Now I'm interested to see with these carts coming alive for second and third, if they want to work together, if they have any chance of hunting down Henry Wheeler, who is about a second up on the rest of the field. There you can see the gap. It looks like it's closed maybe slightly. We'll have to wait for timing and scoring when they come back around, but crazy stuff with Overbeck. We saw exactly the same thing in the pre-final. He dropped off very far back to 6th place, went back to 2nd place or 3rd place. Same thing here. He dropped back and is now making a late charge for the lead of this race. And just set a record. So the kart must be fine if he's been able to set a lap record of 56.324.
Yeah, he said that one last lap on lap 8, and Braden Heber now under investigation for avoidable contact. So we'll keep you guys up to date on how that investigation goes, and we'll see now as James Overbeck will want to try. Oh, that's a run into the grass there. That might be mechanical. That was definitely a big shuffle off there. I think that's Overbeck. Overbeck's no, he's still fighting, so somebody else got shuffled off there into the grass. And yeah, that's unfortunate there. Somebody did get tagged. And now they're gonna go to make their way now down here. It's gonna be 3 laps to go. James Overbeck, another new record for the 48. Yeah, there's not a singular thing wrong with that kart. If there is, then he is driving the wheels off of that thing. As Addison Iannella was the driver who shuffled off last lap. So Addison will now drop down to 11th position. Alex Zaccasillo under investigation again for avoidable contact. And that new lap record set by James Overbeck, 56.322, set on lap number 10. As Addison Iannella, I think it might be out of this one. The number 46 coming to a very unfortunate end here this weekend with 2 to go.
Yeah, coming with 2 to go down the straightaway this time. Now, we'll see if Overbeck has been able to close that gap. I thought he wasn't going to have enough time. The gap was 0.820. He's cut it in half down to 4.3, or 0.43, excuse me. So, 2 laps to go. Overbeck, if he keeps on this speed, will be able to catch our leader, Henry Wheeler, in the 456. But as we've said all day, catching is one thing, passing it is another. But looks like we're shaping up to see a great battle to the finish for the lead, as well as the battle between Will Wilkie and Jacob Strabel in the 821 for 3rd and 4th. Here they come for the down the back straightaway, and Overbeck is definitely there. We'll see if he gets a run to the start-finish line to take that white flag.
An update on the penalty front. Alex Zaccasillo and Braden Heber have both been given penalties for avoidable contact. They have both been given penalties. And James Overbeck, buddy, you already got the record. You don't have to keep setting record after record after record. I am encouraging you to set record after record after record, but this man is just on another plane of existence as he's trying to go around Henry Wheeler for the lead. This has been a beautiful day for Henry Overbeck. I think the last 3 laps have been lap records for Overbeck. And is he going to be able to get the lead here? He's going to have a good run now. Oh, they're really defensive going on the inside. Overbeck's got the look around the outside. He's going to go for the over-under. Is he going to get it? Oh, he's going to be so close. He's going to try it. He's going to have to try everything. He's going to throw everything at him, bar the kitchen sink. And now he's going to go for the move up the inside of the last corner.
Oh, through the grass.
He goes. Oh, that's going to hurt him, though. That's going to hurt him. He's already has to do defensive driving. And it's going to be Henry Wheeler across the line. And Overbeck still manages to snag second with the lap record. And then it is going to be Will Wilkie, Jason Chiappo, and then Adler Klein, Braden Heber, Alex Zaccasillo, who both have penalties. Troy Hart, Tanner Gorman, Beckham Lewis, Will Specht, and Addison Ianello, who did have the off-track moment earlier, and her race was done. James Overbeck also under investigation for blocking, so that position might be dropped a bit. When we come back, it'll be the last of the 206 finals in 206 Cadet. We'll be right back. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the final 206 final here on the day. We still have a good amount of finals, so don't you worry, but in terms of the 206 package, this is the last one, uno mas, and this has been a spectacular field to watch. Only 5 karts, but the action has been absolutely mega here today. 206 cadets getting ready to line up and come across the tram lines now. They will go ahead and form up and get ready to go for 10 minutes plus 2 laps of racing action here. And here we go. 3, 2, and about a 1. Green flag, and away we go here in the 206 cadet final. And this has been a great class to watch. Drew Schneider actually goes down to 3rd on the opening stage, so he didn't have the greatest of launches there. He will drop down in the 3rd position behind Huntsbarger and Sam Harnish. Oh, are we about to go 3 wide going into Barcelona? Or no, going into the infield, excuse me, as they will fight their way on through, going through the infield. We're about to go 3 wide as Drew Schneider back up into 2nd place in the number 1 kart, so he is putting in some pretty good work now. As we make our way downhill, getting ready to come to Barcelona, we're seeing some defensive shakes there from Carter Beer or Weston Davis. As now they are going to just snake their way through. And this one is going to be a spectacular run here as they will fight tooth and nail for everything on this track. Coming across the line now, and it'll be Sam Harnish out of Drew Schneider, Wire Huntsbarger, and we will pretty much finish the same way that we started, although that we did have some fightbacks from Drew Schneider.
Yeah, Harnish and Schneider put on a show in the pre-final, and they're doing that again, but they have company with Wyatt Huntsbarger, the number 33 in 3rd. So he would love to see these 2 leaders start battling like they were in the pre-final, so he can also be brought into the battle. You see them going up the hill, now back down the hill before they get into this very technical section of the racetrack before they come out onto the straightaway. And I am curious to see if they're going to stay in line and work together, or if we're going to see some battling. But it looks like down the straightaways, Hornish and Schneider have a little bit more speed. It looks like Huntsbarger is a little bit better in those infield sections. So we'll see if he can make up some time, because he lost a little bit there on that lap. You can see he goes in the corner so perfectly. He drives in so hard and is able to close the gap in this infield section.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one to see if he can go ahead and hold this one on. It's going to be a fun and tight battle like it's been all weekend for these drivers. I mean, Sam Hornish, Drew Schneider, Wyatt Huntsbarger have all been exceptional as well. Carter Beard and Weston Davis have had their own battles here today especially. So we're going to see now as they will go through Barcelona. And now the thing is too, is that it's been a long weekend, and some of these drivers, I think specifically Hornish, competes in multiple different categories. So he has had to, I mean, he's been in a lot of these races. It feels like every other race has had Sam Hornish in it. Even though I think he's only competed in one other class today, if memory serves correct. But still, he's been extra competitive here in the 206 Cadets. And I think we'll be seeing him later in the mini and micro Swifts as well. So this one, I mean, it's been a busy weekend, damn. And we'll see if he can grab another win here in the 206 Cadet Final. He's making his way through the infield section now. So we'll see. Drew Schneider allowed to put some pressure on him. But Wyatt isn't too far back himself. So while granted today, it's really just been the Hornish and Schneider show. Wyatt Huntsbarger might be right there ready to give it a go if an opportunity does present itself.
Yeah, Wyatt Huntsbarger, the 33, as I mentioned, not out of it yet. He has technical ability through a lot of corners where he's able to close the gap. It looks like just down the straightaways, maybe he doesn't get a good run off. And you can see down the straightaways, Hornish and Schneider are able to work together, but Huntsbarger just isn't close enough to be able to do that. But watching this first corner here, he really cuts down the gap, Huntsbarger, between first and second, and then he's able to carry that down this straightaway to this next corner here. But the battle is still on for this lead between Hornish and Schneider. So my question is, if you're Schneider, do you just want to ride behind for the next 5 minutes and then make your move with 2 to go? Or do you want to try and make the move now and possibly bring the 33 cart into the fold? Coming down the hill, looks like they are content to run in a single file line. And they're going to click off another lap here, maybe trying to see where their competitors have maybe issues in the corner where they can make up a little bit of time and maybe set up a run in some of the laps here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Well, here's your answer there, Brett. As Drew Schneider gets the move, he will send it, but he does go a little deep, but he does carry the overspeed to get the pass done. So, I mean, well, there's your answer. Were they going to wait? Are they going to move? The answer is the latter, and there is no waiting around. These cadets will usually try to get things done quickly, so they will usually go for the moves a bit quicker. It's an interesting trade-off because as you get older, you'll notice that these drivers, like, as the drivers get older, let me rephrase that, they'll be a bit more tactical. These drivers, their mentality is, my car's faster than yours, I got a shot, I'm taking the shot, and that's going to be Sam Hornish trying to get through, but he takes a bit of curbing that will upset the bounds of his cards. And Wyatt almost got a freebie there on to Hornish. He almost got a nice pass there for second place. So once again, Schneider will lead ahead of Hornish and Huntsbarger. Huntsbarger, though, he had a good shot, and he's staying pretty close to the back of these two. These two aren't exactly just disappearing off into the distance like they did during the pre-final. So in the final here, Wyatt Huntsbarger, he's found an extra bit of pace, and he's actually putting pressure on the Sam Hornish. That is something that I wasn't expecting coming to this, but hey, that's a pleasant surprise there. The more cars battling for the lead, the better.
Yeah, you have to wonder, did they make some adjustments to the 33 cart of Huntsbarger during the time between the pre-final and the final? But as Hornish and Schneider battle it out and continue to make passes, that really is keeping this 33 in the battle for, he's already in a podium position, so he's in the battle for the win, which obviously would love to end a long weekend of racing here in Cincinnati with the win, as it looks like Hornish is going to duck out. No, he's going to duck back in behind Schneider down the straightaway, and they're going to go single file down through this infield section for now. But you can see Hornish gets a nice run off the corner there, possibly setting up a pass into the next corner, but no, they're going to still stay single file. But this is some great racing we're seeing. We've said it all weekend long. Small, tight field of 5 karts, but they put on a heck of a show all weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this has been a hyper-competitive category, and Sam Hornish now looking to make the move. He'll try to send this up the inside again. But does he get pinched? No. And just Drew Schneider able to carry more speed and more momentum coming through the end of that Barcelona sector. And it'll be 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go here on this one. This one is looking very, very exciting, as the drivers will just do everything that they possibly can to find something here, to find some kind of action and some kind of maneuver. But look at Wyatt. Wyatt's right there behind him though. Wyatt Huntsberger might be able to finally get a move done. That 33 has definitely found some extra pace, and like you said, Brad, maybe it was a setup tweak, or maybe, you know, just a bit of reevaluation. And Wyatt Huntsberger just, I mean, as the kids say, he locked in, and he's going to try now. But look at Sam Hornish though, able to try to close the gap now, coming down Barcelona. Gonna make his way through mini Barcelona now. We'll see what he can do here. Can he find something? Can he find anything to maybe make some kind of action plan here? He's got to time this right. He'll get a good run on the start line. And we'll see what he can do here as he gets the fastest lap. Okay, sorry, that was actually a couple laps ago. Drew Schneider's still the fastest lap, but you got to keep an eye on Wyatt, man, because Wyatt Huntsberger, he's got an opportunity to make some magic of it with about 3 laps to go.
And just thinking back to the pre-final, I remember Sam Hornish was a little bit stronger in this part of the track right here, and then down to the start-finish line. You remember he made multiple passes, multiple opportunities for pass as well, coming down this hill right here. He gets a great run almost every time. It's right on the bumper of Drew Schneider coming into this corner lap after lap. And here he goes, trying to duck down on the inside, but just doesn't have enough speed. And that's going to bring Wyatt Huntsberger back into this as well. But as I was saying, Hornish has a great setup, a great set of corners in the back half of this racetrack. So look for him to possibly make a move down that hill coming this lap around, as we have 3 laps to go now in this Cadet Final.
Yeah, 3 laps to go, and it's going to be a very action-packed set of laps here in this one. This is going to be a generational run here between good battles between them. They're pretty much all nose to tail here, as they are going to go to try to fight it out. And look at this. Here comes the move from Sam Hornish. Going to try it now. Side by side. Nothing just yet. Oh, but I mean, you got to give it a moment, because look at this. Up the inside. Nothing yet. It'll be 2 to go here on this one. We begin the penultimate lap. And this one is just going to be a slugfest between these drivers. They're going to just give it their all here. It is a battlefield here in Cincinnati. Watching these drivers give it a go. Schneider did not quite have the fastest lap out of those 3, but he's in the lead. It's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. And this one has all the ingredients of being an absolute cinematic masterpiece. But that 33, he is right there. He is so close to potentially setting a move.
Yeah, I want to watch this hill section once again. Schneider's probably going to want to take a defensive move into the corner. You can see Hornish is right there, but just doesn't feel like he has enough to get it. He keeps trying this move right here on the inside through this really aggressive section, and he got it that time. Looks like Schneider had a little bit of a bobble there. Now he moves back to second as they are coming down the front straightaway to the white flag, but this race is not over. Schneider has something that he thinks he needs to prove, and so does Huntsbarger in third.
Switchback, and Schneider gets the move done, but another switchback. Would you like a switchback with a switchback? And look at Wyatt Huntsbarger up in the second position. He waited for the moment, and the moment came to him. The number 33 up in the second place. Can he go ahead and get the move done? Is there anything left in the tank for the number 33? Patience is a virtue, and it got him up in the second. Can it get him up in the third now? And there's going to be a drag race now. Sam Hornish now trying to make his way. We see a defensive move being shaken up here. This Wyatt Huntsbarger got an opportunity. He's got an opportunity. Oh, not quite. Not quite. It's going to be a drag race to the line. If Huntsbarger can get a good exit here, then he might be able to grab it. It's going to be a drag race to the line. A little check over the shoulder. And he'll run to the line. And it is going to be Sam Hornish getting the win here ahead of Wyatt Huntsbarger and Drew Schneider. Wyatt getting the move right when he needed to. Promotes him in a second. Carter Beard into third or into fourth. And Weston Davis down a lap in fifth. Whew. After that one, that has been probably one of the most intense battles we have seen in a while here on this one. Coming up next will be the pro and junior shifters as we get our only and last remaining grid start of the weekend. We'll be back here on Kart Chasers in a moment.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.
right, everybody. We were actually joking about it, about how this could start so unique. And once again, Doug Duff with a missile launch. As we were talking about off the air, just a missile launch there from Doug Duff as he just rockets away in the Pro and Junior Shifter Final. I think I need that man Seeker now to get that good of a getaway, because, man, if I had that in sim racing when I do F1, I would be untouchable. But yeah, I mean, Doug Duff, he didn't have the easiest of times, though, because, I mean, Homer He-Man was catching him there towards the end of the pre-final here, right? So, I mean, in this pre-final, about halfway through the pre-finals, it was just lightning quick reaction up, and even now, Homer He-Man's already right on the back of Doug Duff as they make their way through the first lap.
Yeah, they're picking up where they left off with Duff in the lead, but you may remember Duff had a strong start. Well, all weekend he's had a start like that, but then towards the end of the pre-final, he started getting caught by Homer He-Man and Kai Park. So we'll see if that happens again. Maybe his kart kind of fell off a little bit. And that was just a pre-final, so that was a shorter 7 minutes plus 1 lap. This is 10 minutes plus 2 laps, so this is the longest race of the day. So if your kart started falling off in the pre-final and you didn't make any adjustment, then the same could happen here. And you can see, actually, we're starting to see it shape up to what we saw in the final is Doug Duff will get great runs down the straightaway, but then Homer He-Man will catch up in the corners, almost to the point where he could set up a pass. But we'll see how that shakes out through the rest of this race. But Homer He-Man, we've been talking a lot about him this weekend. Him and Kai Park in multiple divisions. They're in second and third. So they're racking up a ton of points this weekend in all the divisions, as it looks like we have a kart off. I believe that's Jeff Carroll again. He also was off due to mechanical issues in the pre-final, so just disastrous Sunday for Jeff Carroll.
Yeah, back-to-back mechanical retirements is always such a heartbreak, especially for Jeff Carroll, who's had a bit of a tricky weekend all the way around. Even yesterday, just not having the strongest of weekends here. And sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, man. That's how the weekends just kind of fall into place sometimes. Robert Lash under investigation for avoidable contact, so we'll see how that one pans out. There hasn't been as many penalties handed out today compared to yesterday, so I mean that can be due down to a multitude of factors, but it has been, well, aside from some incidents in some of the earlier finals, it has been a pretty clean day for the most part. Doug Duff passed his lap with a 50.189, and actually Homer He-Man fastest in his class, but only by 1,000. So Homer He-Man a 50.190, and Robert Lash under investigation for incident responsibility as well. So that, I can promise you, that's got something to do with what happened with Jeff Carroll earlier on, because Robert Lash now is well back from Drake Williamson, and Jeff Carroll is out of the race. So I feel like those two kind of go hand in hand here, with about 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go here on this one.
Yeah, I assumed that Jeff Carroll's issue was mechanical. That, as you just said, with the penalties being handed down, may not be the case. And, you know, I think the standard was set yesterday when it comes to penalties. Oh, wow. Homer He-Man gets such a great run off that corner, as I keep saying. It's almost like he could have passed Doug Duff, but then Duff is able to just motor away on these straightaways. So what I was saying was, I think the standard was set yesterday we saw that the race officials were going to follow, you know, the rules by the book, which is why the rules are there. So we saw there was no wiggle room yesterday. So I think the drivers know today they got to be on their best behavior, or they're going to get a warning or a penalty. As we look farther back in the field, that's Robert Lash, the 32 in 5th, and Drake Williamson in 6th, as we go back up to Doug Duff, who looks like he is just on a Sunday drive. But here's where Homer He-Man really except a ton of time. Gets right on his bumper, exiting the corner, and then they go down the straightaway, and that time is lost. But Doug Duff has been the story of the weekend. Like I said, just looking like he's out there on a Sunday drive. Would be interesting to see him in a race with there's a little more karts. I'd love to see the type of ability he has, because it looks like he has a very strong kart under him, especially as we keep saying those starts. He's in a zip code of his own as they continue to race here with about 4.5 minutes remaining plus 2 laps here for the Pro Shifter and Junior Shifter Final at the Cincinnati Motorsports Club, or the Motorsports, of Cincinnati.
So, a few things to note. Doug Duff and Homer He-Man set an identical lap last lap, a 50.091. And actually, he's got the move done for the lead. That's going to be Homer He-Man in the overall lead with the lap record to boot. Wow, Robert Lash didn't get a 10-second penalty though for avoidable and incident responsibilities. So I think those are two separate 5 cents just mashed together. But Homer He-Man, not only did he take the overall lead for the first time in the junior shifters, and the first time in any of the shifter races that he has just not been able to get past Doug Duff, he also set a record lap of a 49.8. Now, here's the thing. Homer has been in a bunch of these different events here today. He's been in, I think, about 2 or 3 classes at minimum all weekend. So, I mean, if you do the math, that is, you're getting close to about 20 races there. So, that is just wicked fast lap times from these drivers. And also, Homer He-Man, he's done a lot this weekend, but he is still looking like the class of the field here. As Ethan Langley gets ahead of Kai Park there, that would be a battle for the podium as well. But it is still going to be Homer He-Man and Doug Duff, 2 competitors in 2 separate classes. This is Pro versus Junior Shifter, and they are fighting it. And honestly, we're all here for it.
Yeah, Doug Duff turned up the wick a little bit that last time by with a 49.741. And I was about to wonder, so I think it's a combination of Homer He-Man has been getting fast longer that this event goes on. As you can see, this battle, we'll pause there. This battle for, I believe this is towards the back of the field. This is 4th and 5th or 3rd and 4th. They were in the dirt as they're still side by side. Ethan Langley and Kai Park, one of them was in the dirt briefly. They get it sorted out. What I was saying was Homer He-Man has been getting faster, and I think Doug Duff's kart has been falling off just slightly as the run goes on. And that's the same thing we saw in the pre-final. And as I mentioned, if that happens in the pre-final, you can only expect that to get worse in the final with this longer distance that we are running here this afternoon for the finals, as this battle for 3rd and 4th, the last podium position, is still not over. They're still nose to tail. This is the best battle we have on the racetrack right now as they're going through this very aggressive section of the racetrack, very competitive section as they're coming back down the finish one more lap.
Some more things to note is Homer He-Man, another record lap there, a 49.623, a new record lap. And Doug Duff has had a bit of a fall off there. He's dropped 3.5 seconds on that last lap. Kai Park has been given a warning for not track limits. No, that's F1. Oh, someone will be kicking in there. That is going to be a warning for accidental or avoidable contact, excuse me. As that is going to be a warning, not a penalty, just a warning for the number 28 of Kai Park. As Homer He-Man has really just turned up the wick. He has just turned on the afterburner on that. It'll be 3 laps to go here. And Homer He has really just turned up the heat here. As Ethan Langley and Kai Park will still continue their little scrap for P3 to find that final step of the podium. So Drake Williamson, I didn't see what happened to Drake Williamson, but he is out of this one. He is 5 laps down. And Jeff Carroll out of this race as well. So we've had 2 retirements here. We are down to 5 karts on the track. We're down to 1 senior shifter. And we are down to 4 junior shifters. And Homer He-Man is just continuing to put a big gap on to Doug Duff. 1.5 seconds of a gap added to make it now a 5.8 second gap. Is that gap going to improve? A new lap record's going to improve, that's for certain, for Homer He-Man. And I mean, wow, another 1.2 seconds extended the gap. Crazy stuff here from Homer.
Yeah, you mentioned he's been in multiple races this weekend, and he's been in the top 3 or battling within the top 5 for a lot of the classes he's in, and he looks like could easily take home the win. Don't want to give it to him too early. We've seen it at the gap, but look at the gap. I mean, that's unbelievable how he's been able to gap Doug Duff, and Duff may get overtaken by Ethan Langley in 3rd. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we're getting the white flag this time by for Homer Heeman, excuse me. But he's got a monstrous lead here, and he really proud of what he's been able to put together their final race.
Yeah, so this is going to be a crazy finish here. I mean, this is not one we would have expected to see, as Homer He-Man has just been on another plane of existence here in this shifter race here today. He's been pulling out almost in some cases even over a second a lap of a gap here on the Doug Duff. His machine might just be wearing out here as they will make their way to the line. It is going to be the white flag, and it'll be the race dusted and delivered. Homer He-Man wins the Pro and Junior Shifter Final. What a maneuver. And it is going to be a run across the line now. And Doug Duff will win in the Shifter Seniors. Ethan Langley rounding out the overall podium with Kyle Park coming home in 4th. Robert Lash will round off the field as Drake Williamson and Jeff Carroll did not finish the race here today. So, once again, it is Homer He-Man with the lap record on lap 10 ahead of Doug Duff, Ethan Langley, Kyle Park, Robert Lash, Drake Williamson, and Jeff Carroll out of 2, not finishing the race. So, it is now time. Coming up next, the KA100 Master and Supermaster as we get into the KA Finals coming up shortly.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
for more information on programs. Check out PitFit on Instagram.
All right, we are now in the KA stretch of the finals here, as we're about to go green here already. And it's green flag racing, and away we go for the KA 100 Master and Supermaster finals. Here we go. This is going to be a grand one here. And there's already just close contact as drivers are just trying to fight their way through. It's getting dicey here. Remember, in the final yesterday, we saw Andy and Chris Kutscher come into contact yesterday that ended the race of Chris Kutscher. So, I mean, I'm sure they'd probably talk about it. They'd probably just talked about it and had a grand old time after the fact and just said, it's racing, it happens. But Chris Kutscher was taken out due to contact with himself and his brother last time in the final. So Damian Jennings under investigation for accidental or avoidable contact. So once again, we're already kicking off this one with a bang, aren't we? As we go through the first lap. And it is going to be Andy Kutscher and Damian Jennings setting their fastest lap in their respective classes. I think Hamilton might be out of this one. Oh, there he is. He's just a little bit further back. Might be due to the accidental contact with him and Jennings. Maybe. We'll let you guys know.
Yeah, I believe that contact was right on the start, the first corner there. We saw a driver go in the grass, and then I saw a driver slow on the racetrack. Obviously, now we know that was Neil Hamilton. As you can see now, there is a clear battle for the lead, or excuse me, the lead is clear, but the battle is for second between Jared and Tracy, and I believe that may be that's Chris Kutscher in the 279. Damian Jennings is behind this. Damian had a little bit of an issue going after the start finish line, almost got out in the grass, most really their last lap by. So Jennings drops to fourth, Kutscher up to third, Tracy to second, and then Andy Kutscher is up to first, or remains in first as the battle continues behind the 296 who continues to lead. Chris Kutscher obviously wants to get by, I think, Jared Tracy as quick as possible, maybe see if he has anything for his brother for the lead. But Andy Kutscher is the fastest car on the racetrack right now, as here is that battle for second. Doesn't look like he has enough speed. Chris Kutscher down into the corner, so he'll tuck back in behind, as there now has a battle for second through fourth here on the racetrack, as Andy Kutscher is on a straightaway by himself, and then this is the battle between second and fifth position.
Damian Jennings also under investigation for a tramline infraction. So we'll see how that one pans out for the leader in Supermasters. And this is going to be a good fight. I mean, the more that Chris Kutscher stays behind Gerard Tracy, the more time he loses to his brother up front. So, I mean, right now, that gap is about 3.8 seconds between the two brothers. The top two in the championship for the KA 100 Masters. So it's already stuff and just tough stuff for the championship. I mean, we talked about it earlier. We are counting down the rounds. Only 4 rounds left to go across 3 days. So it is all to play for. Andy Kutscher does get a record-setting lap. A 51.311 for him as Gerard Tracy drops down now into fourth. Chris Kutscher up into second. Damian Jennings up into third overall. And it's a tight battle. While P1 is checked out, different postcode. The battle for everywhere else is going to be up for grabs, as Damian Jennings does get a warning for accidental contact. No penalty, just a warning, but it has still been noted by race control. And no further actions for Damian Jennings for the tramline violation earlier on. So he will get away with that one, but he's definitely got to be squeaky clean for the rest of the race.
Yeah, we had a lot of contact, obviously, in those first couple laps. As you can see, Andy Kutscher has extended his lead to now over seconds with still 5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. The battle is continuing for third, fourth, and fifth. those are the karts that you see on the racetrack there, but there's still a pretty good gap in between all of them, so it looks like someone's going to have to put together a good set of corners here to mount a charge down the hill. They're going up the hill now, so when they go down the hill, we'll see if anyone has any type of charge. It looks like no one's really close enough. Looks like maybe third and fourth, Damian Jennings and Gerard Tracy, perhaps down the front straightaway, will be battling for those positions. You can see they've kind of accordioned back together as they're making their way down, as I said, the front straightaway here, and there they go. Battle for third and fourth as, oh no, down into the grass. That's the 275 of Damian Jennings. He did that earlier when he also was offline. You have to wonder if the marbles came into play there, and he just got all that rubber on those hot tires and went off the racetrack. And you see him put the hand up on the helmet, obviously frustrated that happened. But that's the second time that we saw him go off track. The first time was almost, that was the actual off-track incident there. So heartbreaker to happen so late in this race. Don't know if there's enough time for Damian Jennings to make a battle back for that third position.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably keep the class lead, but I mean, that's the only silver lining in that one. And, I mean, good credit to him. Yeah, good credit to him for saving it, though. He'll have to try to actually fight back. Now, he did get passed by Greg Leahy, who'll be looking to take a class win here in the Supermasters in the 50 and older category. So we'll have to see just how it's going to wrap up. Battles have been pretty far spread apart here in this one. Neil Helmut's race and the contact earlier. But I mean, it's so easy when you get off in the grass. Your kart really just doesn't have any kind of grip, so it's so easy for it to lose it and just put it in the barriers. But that didn't happen, and it was good kart control to even make sure that thing was even still facing in the right direction coming back onto the track. So good save there, as Andy Kutcher does put another monstrous lap in. A 51.182 as we got about 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go here on this one. And then we go to one of our favorite classes here on the day. It'll be the mini micro Swifts next time out. So, and then we only got 3 more finals after this one. So just to remind everybody, for the rest of the day, what we got scheduled here is very simple. After this one, we do go to the mini micros, the KA juniors, and the KA ProAms. So, to play for here this one with 2 minutes and 2 laps to go. Andy Cushiono in a postcode all of his own.
Yeah, I mentioned it briefly with Damian Jennings out the marbles, and we mentioned it yesterday. So we're late in the day, and there's been so much racing on this racetrack. You can probably see it a little bit with some of our camera angles when they go through the corners. If you get offline, especially when someone's trying to make a pass on you or maybe does a last-minute move and you get up into those marbles, it's just like driving on ice. You're not going to be able to hold on to the cart. So that's something to keep in mind, not just for this class, but the rest of the racing today. There's just, you can see the marbles right there in our camera. Don't want to get offline at all because we've got a ton of rubber built up on this racetrack from all of the different divisions. I think there's 10 or 11 today. Qualifying, warm-ups, pre-finals. There's a lot of rubber out there. They don't throw it off between sessions. So something to keep in mind for the rest of the day as we continue to watch Andy Kuchar just put together a clinic here with an over 7-second lead over his brother Chris Kuchar in the 279.
This is going to be huge for the championship as well. So, I mean, you got to remember that the Kushner brothers are fighting for a championship here in this category, in the KA 100 Masters. And, I mean, every point is going to count. I mean, Chris Kuchar is in the lead, though. But Andy Kuchar, after this weekend, will really start racking in some good points here. So, because he has been just untouchable so far in the KA 100 Masters. He's just been untouchable in his own lane, and he is making moves in this championship. A championship that is very likely going to go down to the wire. And it's going to be absolutely insane here as we get ready to see the 2 to go signal next time by. And actually, Andy Kushner actually wanted to put Corey Curry a lap down here as he makes his way to the infield. And he's going to make his way to the infield, out of the infield now, and he's going to try to go ahead and try. Actually, never mind. Sorry about that. Arcing information updated. So Corey Curry is not about to get lapped here on the opposite end of the racetrack, but Andy Kushner is making his way through Barcelona, and now we see Chris Kushner and Girardi now coming down here as well. And that's actually Greg Leahy making his way down. So that's going to be 2 laps to go now that Andy Kushner has crossed the line.
We mentioned it a little bit in the pre-final. We thought maybe Andy and Chris were going to be a little bit more evenly matched, especially after what we saw yesterday. But Andy, as we keep saying, now up to an 8-second lead. So if there's any sibling rivalry, obviously Andy can say that he had possibly the faster car and possibly the win here today, as there he is down, or I'm sorry, that is the 496 that we're looking at, or the 296, I believe, is our race leader coming down to take, I believe this would be the white flag lap. He's got such an enormous lead, and the carts are so spread out. I was trying to figure out, that is the white flag lap. So Andy Kuchar is on the final lap of this event. Just does not want to get any wheels off on this final lap, and he could just really kind of do a Sunday drive around this racetrack and still take home the win. So what a performance by Andy, but also by his brother Chris, who is going to get the podium, it looks like, in the second position. So they're going to come around one more up the hill. We're about half a lap away from the checkered flag.
And yeah, this was a flawless run here from Andy Kuchar as he makes his way now through Barcelona for one last time. And he's going to go ahead and make it to the line. A dominant drive from the 296, which will help him in this championship. Andy Kuchar will win the KA 100 Masters and Super Masters Final. And he'll take victory with a record-breaking lap to boot. And then Chris Kuchar, the brother, will come across the line in second. Gerard Tracy coming in at P3. And then Greg Leahy will win in the Super Masters category after a off-track moment from Damian Jennings. And then it'll be Corey Curry and Neil Hamilton rounding out your field here in this one. 3 more finals to go, and next up, the Mini and Micro Swifts coming at you here shortly on Kart Chasers.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
And welcome back to Kart Chaser as the green flag for our mini and micro Swift finals for karts, but they've put on a performance today as well as yesterday as Min Lewis and Sam Hornish battle it out, and then Griff Heeman and Brogan Wren battle it out as well for their divisions. As you can see, they are snaking their way through the infield section of this racetrack. Again, 10 minutes plus 2 laps, so plenty of time for racing. But what we've seen is Min Lewis and Sam Hornish will love to swap the lead back and forth, and they are continuing to pick up where they left off in the pre-final, where it's those two in the top 2 positions as they come across the start-finish line to complete one lap here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. They're content right now to race nose to tail. We'll see when the leapfrog passing begins to take effect here as the minutes are counting down.
Yeah, I mean, these two have pretty much just been nose to tail pretty much all weekend long. And I mean, they've traded stuff back and forth. Right now, it is 4-2 in favor of Min Lewis. So, or sorry, it is 3-2 Min Lewis. So if Sam Hornish were to tie it up again, he'd have to win this. He'd have to win the final here, and it would actually be interesting because how it went was, if we go from qualifying, pre-final, and final, it was Hornish, Lewis, Hornish, and then it started off with Min Lewis today, but side-by-side action coming down into turn 1. Who's going to get it? It is going to be Hornish getting through. Hornish in the lead, and they're going to go fight back. Look at the dive, though, from Min Lewis, making the dive, and wow, these guys are not giving an inch, are they? They are just absolutely putting on a show for us. The only regret that I have right now is I don't have popcorn to witness this cinematic masterpiece of a battle. This is excellent battling we're seeing here from Min Lewis and Sam Hornish, and I can promise you with a 99% certainty that this is not over yet. They're going to go ahead and at least have another go at each other well and truly before this race comes to an end. Only 2 more finals after this one. The KA Juniors and the KA Pro-Ams. And man, I mean, this has been probably one of the, even though it's the smallest field, only 4 karts here, it has been the most hyper-competitive field of the day, honestly, as Griff Heeman gets to move on to Brogan Wren.
Yeah, I was about to say, we talk a lot about the lead between Lewis and Hornish, but Heeman and Wren have been dicing it up as well in the 3rd and 4th positions. This is really what we've seen all weekend long, is just, you know, the drivers leapfrogging, as I think we have trouble. One of the drivers looks like, I don't know if we were behind the hill there, so our camera missed it. Couldn't see it from our camera, but I don't know if there was a mechanical issue or an off there. But I believe that was I'm trying to get a number on what driver that was. I believe that may have been Wren.
I think that was Sam Hornish.
Or Sam Hornish.
You're right.
Wow. We'll see what happens.
It was Sam Hornish. Or no. Never mind. It's Brogan Wren. You had it right.
Wren that had issues there. Apologies. So Wren, some sort of issue on the racetrack, but now the best battle, we go back up front, is again for the lead between Lewis and Hornish. You have to wonder, with as many times as they leapfrog, and looks like they've been having a great time this weekend in the pre-final and the finals yesterday and today, you know, how much they discuss what they've been doing on the racetrack when they get into the pit area, because again, these are young drivers trying to learn their racecraft. And as we talked about earlier on in this broadcast, they've been showing great racecraft all weekend long. They've been making so many passes on each other, but they've been making them clean. They haven't been forcing the issue at all. They haven't been knocking anyone off the racetrack or each other off the track. So just great to see these two young drivers put on such a great show as they are continuing, I mentioned, to learn their racecraft at this young age.
Yeah, so Sam Hornish now still well and truly in this fight, and he'll pretty much be in this fight. And I mean, he's had a big day today. This will be the last race for him of the day, but he has competed in probably like 18 different events across the course of the weekend with him yesterday and today. So I mean, he has been through a lot of racing here today. And even after all that racing in all those categories, he is still extra competitive here against Min Lewis, who I think Min Lewis is really only competed here in this category. And look at this. They're going to drag race it down towards the line. Hornish now will be only 600ths behind. And they're going to look for a move here, trying to find something, trying to find anything as they go through. Griff Heeman now still lapping around in third. I think Brogan Ren. Good keeping on though, but I think that's the second mechanical issue that he's had this weekend. So unfortunate. 4 to 216. As the 133 and the 111 will still duke it out for position. Good run now coming down into Barcelona. And will there be a move made? Nope, not quite a move made. And they will continue to remain nose to tail as this battle continues to shape up. Sam Hornish now will try to get a, maybe just, I think his goal now is that he will just try to stay tucked in behind Min Lewis and just stay well within touching distance until the white flag or the 2 to go signal comes out.
Yeah, I was about to mention, you have to wonder if Sam Hornish is just kind of saving his stuff, so to speak, and just kind of riding behind Min Lewis. But I said it before, if you want to make a pass, I think you're going to have to do it before the white flag, just because, you know, those defensive driving techniques kind of start to take effect once you see that white flag. Those low lines into the corners, which also, if you're the leader, a low line into the corner, tough because you can't take that arc in, so you lose a little bit of speed as well, and they continue to motor their way around. Of course, Sam has some great mentors in his life for racing, as do all these drivers, but Min Lewis continues to lead. A little bit of a gap for me, and I think probably the largest gap we've seen all weekend, but I think Hornish can easily maybe close that gap, as I mentioned, maybe saving his stuff a little bit there. As we take a look back down to Griff Heeman, he just crossed the start-finish line in third, so you can get a look at the gap in between first and second, and then our third place position about 11 seconds back, according to time minute scoring. So we're going to take it 2 minutes plus 2 laps as Lewis and Hornish continue to motor around the racetrack, along with Heeman in third and Ren in fourth after the issue cups ago.
Yeah, with Sam Hornish and Min Lewis, I mean, they're going to continue to fight it out while Griff Heeman just kind of in a world of his own at the moment. Now the gap is closed back up. Hornish did close in about 0.2 of a second there to Min Lewis, so now it's 0.176 between our two mini Swift drivers here on the day. Griff Heeman across the line again, and let's see, is Brogan Ren going to catch back up a bit? He made up about 0.8 on the last one. Not so much this time around. And this is going to be a battle coming through Barcelona, or on the run to Barcelona. Going to be a drag race here. I think there might have been a look for a move. He contemplated it. But, I mean, it's going to be about 3 laps to go when they cross the line here. I mean, maybe we might get the bonus up. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be 3 to go. 3 laps to go when they cross the line. And here we go. It's going to be the run now. 3 to go here in our third to last final of the weekend. And it's going to be, once again, Sam Hornish trying to get now the move on Min Lewis, but no room available as they will make it through coming to the infield sector now. As Sam Hornish does have the fastest lap of the session. He set that back in lap 4. And we're going to see now, does he have the speed to make a move, or does he even want to make the move at this stage? Because I think just 2 to go is when you should try to get the move, but it looks like Min Lewis was able to extend the gap a little bit. The gap was extended by 0.06 or 0.016 in the last lap, so about 16 milliseconds that Min Lewis was able to put out on Sam Hornish. The gap looks like it's spreading out a little bit again here as we will hit the 2 to go signal. And the gap now was extended by about 3.5 tenths, so Sam Hornish might be just burning out here right at the end.
Yeah, and you saw the helmet down by Hornish on the straightaway. We keep mentioning it. Just any type of aerodynamic advantage, anything you can do to get a couple tenths, couple hundredths off the stopwatch can really make a difference in these karts, especially in this micro and mini class. We're going to come down this hill, go through this tight section here, and they're going to get the white flag, and this is the largest lead that Min Lewis has had. I mentioned before also, you have to wonder, did the handling go away on the Hornish machine, or is Min Lewis just putting together just some great laps here as the white flag is now out. 1 lap to go for the IAME Micro and Mini Swifts here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Min Lewis, the 133, continues to lead. Sam Hornish in the 111 in second. Griff Heeman in third in the number 5, and in the number 216 is Rogan Wren, which we're wondering if Wren had mechanical issues. Clearly not. Must have been some type of off that happened earlier on in the race, because he's remained on the racetrack as we are half a lap away from the checkered flag in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too little Sam Hornish to get it moved on. And Min Lewis will sweep round 8. As long as he can keep it across the line and just get it done. He's just got to bring it home, and it looks like it is going to be Min Lewis getting the clean weekend sweep here in the IAME Mini Swift. He's got it done. Min Lewis completes the sweep, and he will take victory ahead of Sam Hornish, who put up a good effort but just didn't have the race pace there at the end to get the move done on the Min Lewis. And then it'll be Griff Heeman and Brogan Wren to round out your final drivers on the race. So Min Lewis wins in the Mini Swift and Griff Heeman wins in the Micro Swift here. So good battles between them. We got 2 more finals coming at you here shortly, and we're going to kick things off with the penultimate final, KA 100 Juniors, coming at you shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at KartPlex.com.
And we kick things off here with the penultimate final. This is the KA 100 Junior Final, the penultimate final of the day. And here we go. This is going to be a good run here. This was a crazy class last time around. It ended in drama, and there was already some crazy things happening in this one. And oh, bit of contact, a bit into the grass, little bits of drama here and there. It looks like we still do have everybody though. Alex Kutcher up in the second place by Ben Gleberman. Robert Lash did drop down. He dropped away from that P2 spot. Alex Kutcher now is going to try to find a way to maybe get past Ben Gleberman. And that way he can control the pace of the race. And he can just control the race from the front. And we're going to see now Ben Gleberman does take the lead. Alex Kutcher in the second, and then Caleb Tracy now down into the last position, dropping from 5th to 7th here on the opening lap of this one. Avoidable contact warning for Caleb Tracy, probably involving the moment that happened through the infield a bit earlier on, where we did see somebody in the grass. That might have been the 805. As now we're going to go through the infield, coming to Barcelona now. And it's going to be a fast and furious run down the hill they go. And Alex Kutcher right on the back. Can he find the move? Can Alex Kutcher find the move and maybe try to grab one here? He had pole position earlier on in the day, and he will try to make a final win, a way to cap off his weekend. Defensive shake there from Gleberman, but just, yeah, Robert Lash takes the fastest lap here at the beginning of lap 3.
Yeah, I just love, we had this circled on our schedule. Just the draft is so important in this division. You can see how tightly packed together, not just the top 3, but really the whole field of 7 cars is just there within 2.5 seconds of each other. You can see just how tight everyone is. You see now 2 distinct packs, the top 3, and then 4th through 7th behind them. And this is one of those races where there's the possibility for contact of how tightly packed together these carts are. They look like they're content to ride in single file formation at this moment, but we know that's not going to last for the entire race. Now, looks like I thought we were about to see a pass there between Kutcher and Gleberman, but they keep it in line. I was about to ask if the top 3 wanted to stay in line and kind of distance themselves from 4th through 7th. We'll see how that shakes out as this race continues on through the infield section of the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Yeah, we're gonna have to just see just how this one shakes out, because I mean, sometimes you get the races where just the top group will just want to just kind of stay nose to tail and just kind of survive throughout a majority of the battling, through the race until the end, and then get the battling when we see about 3 laps to go or so. But no, these guys are already just trying to give each other the work and try to find moves, try to find passes, and there we go. That's going to be a pass. That's going to be a dicey one. Homer He-Man gets it moved on to Kai Park, maybe Delilah Beck as well. And it's going to be a straight-up fight between these 3. This is the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. And they are going to fight nose to tail, and they are going to give it everything as Homer He-Man tries to get up into 4th, already up into 5th position. And, I mean, you can just tell that he is pushing hard. Already a bit of a defensive move there as Cruiser going to try to get the move there. And Robert Lash trying to fight as well. They're all trying to fight for these positions. As coming through now, it is going to be Lila Beck trying to hold on ahead of Homer He-Man, and Ben Gleberman trying to hold on ahead of Alex Kutcher and Robert Lash as they make across the line. There's going to be a shake for the move. They're going to be shaking for it, and it's going to be Gleberman just getting ahead. And Gleberman does stay ahead But he's got Alex Kutcher actually dropped down into third. Robert Lash there as well. They're all trying to fight tooth and nail for the position. Lila Beck actually got dropped down to 6th position as Homer He-Man jumped up to 4th. Kai Park remains in 5th position. But this race is far from over. You got about 5 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps. And look at this, it's gonna be moved from Gleberman. Gleberman trying to go defensive, but now look at this. This went from 2 separate groups of 3, and now it is down to a big group of 6 as they try to fight.
Yeah, this is anyone's race now. As you can see, we have we had one big pack there as they go across the line. Leberman with the lead. It's so hard to make that pass on the outside in turn 1, especially with all those marbles. As you can see, they're dicing it up in turn 2 there. Looks like Kutcher went back to 3rd place, and the top 4 are nose to tail in the infield section. But Gleberman, no one's been able to pass him. They've been able to catch him. They have not been able to pass him just yet. I expect to see possibly defensive line going up and down this hill right here. We'll see what happens coming into this next quarter. They remain all in line. Everyone kind of using their patience this time around as we're down to 4 minutes plus 2 laps to see if they decide to remain in this formation down the front straightaway. But it looks like Kutcher may have, or excuse me, it looks like Eamon may have a run on the outside, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it here as they go down into turn 2. The battle is still raging of all of our leaders in the top 6.
That is just insanity when it comes to just how much these drivers are battling here. And I mean, I think everybody's actually in this battle. I think it's actually all 7 drivers are all in this battle now. So, I mean, this is going to be a big one here. Yeah, all 7 cars making their way down into Barcelona. But look at this. It is going to be Robert Lash trying to get a move done. And he's going to move up into 2nd place. Alex Kutcher trying to go for the retake there as well. Homer He-Man also wanting a move as well. So, I mean, there's some good pace in these drivers as they will make their way down almost into the grass there for Robert Lash, almost in the grass. And this whole order just flipped up on Lila Beck and Caleb Tracy getting past Kai Park. Homer He-Man now down into 4th position. And this is going to be an intense battle. All 7 of our KA juniors are all nose to tail, and they are making their way through like a high velocity caterpillar and side by side. Caleb Tracy and Kai Park side by side. And look at this, Robert Lash trying to go around the outside. Is it going to be a switch back attack? Kutcher actually gets through. And you do have Robert Lash get shuffled wide. Homer He-Man 3rd. And wow, this one's getting intense. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And it's going to be a run now down into turn 1. And we're going to see some drivers shuffling for a position as Robert Lash dropped down to 5th. It was a rough corner there for the 848. He got shuffled wide through Barcelona and just dropped almost every position possible.
Yeah, Gleberman, I think, has made it clear that you're not going to be able to pass me on the inside line. He's taking those defensive lines. If you want to pass him for the lead, make it clear to these drivers you're going to have to do it on the outside, and no one has been able to good enough run on that outside just yet. Take a look at this. There's that defensive line again. They are just covered up into this corner, nose to tail. You can't fit a piece of paper in between any of those carts among the top 5, as now they're coming back down onto the front straightaway. And we've seen a couple times now that Alex Kutcher tries to make a run on the high side, but no one's been able to put anything together as they're going to remain. Looks like maybe a crossover here. No, the defensive line's still being made here, and we still got at least 3 to 4 laps to go in this race. It is anyone's race in the top 7.
Anybody's race indeed, man. I mean, this has just been crazy. Although there's been a warning issue now for Kai Park for avoidable contact. So that has been a warning issued to the 828 on top of the warning issued for Caleb Tracy from earlier on in the race. It'll be 3 laps to go, including this lap. So it'll be 2 to go when they cross the line. And I think this is when mayhem is going to ensue on this one. All 7 drivers making their way down, going into the start line. And look at this. It is going to be 3 to go. And it's, oh, we are not trying to go into tram lines going into turn 3, or turn 2, excuse me. I thought we were about to go in 2 groups of, like, 2. I thought we were about to do tram lines going into turn 2. I think that would have been the highlight of the entire weekend if we went side by side by side all the way through turns 2 and 3. Here we go. Alex Kutcher now thinking about making the move. Alex Kutcher, he's got the inside. Does he got the speed? He does. He does. And he's got the move. And Homer He-Man still in 3rd place. A little bit of touching of the grass there. And with 2 laps to go, like I mentioned earlier, everything's going to break loose. And it's going to be Alex Kutcher now, who's going to drop 2 positions in 1 corner, but he's going to switch it back. No, he does not. He dropped 2 positions there in turn 1 to Homer He-Man and Ben Gloverman. I think you could roll a dice to determine who's going to win this one, and it's still just crazy unpredictable here.
Yeah, Gloverman back into the lead as we have about a lap and a half left in this race. Still 7 karts under a blanket here as they come down the hill. And there is that line that Gloverman's been using. He's got to take me on the high side. It's been working so well for him. He knows that no one can get it done on the high side with the marbles, the dust, the dirt, the debris as we're coming down the final corner onto the front straightaway for the white flag. Who is going to take home the win? Gloverman leads on the final lap, but they are scurrying for positions in the back of the pack. A little bit of contact as well outside the top 3 and a kart around. That is the 805 of Caleb Tracy, but the battle is still on among our top 3. Gloverman continues to lead going into this infield section, but I gotta tell you, Patrick, look out on that hill, that downward hill on the backstretch. I think that's where a move may be made.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tricky one now. Coming down now, here it is. Down into Barcelona, look at the move, attempting to run the outside. There is no room available for him. And this is gonna be it. If you can get a good exit here on the last corner of the racetrack, you can have a good run. And look at this. Oh, this is gonna be a dicey one here. Coming across the line, and Ben Gloverman's gonna win the KA Junior Final. Kai Park into 3rd. Homer He-Man in 2nd. Alex Kutcher in 4th. Robert Lash in 5th. Lila Peck, who does have a warning for driving down. And then Caleb Tracy rounding out your top 7 here. Our top 7 was separated by so little in this one for a majority of the race. I mean, just insanity at the end of this one. What a race. And we still got one more to go. We still KA100 Pro-Am Final. Our final of the final day of the weekend. Stay tuned, folks.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go.
One more dance, one more rodeo, one more final, one more chance for these KA100 Pro-Am drivers to rack up the big points here, and it's green flag, and away we go for one last time here in Cincinnati. It's going to be a good run now down into turn number 2, and we're going to see if we can get through. It was a bit of drama in the pre-final last time out, and this is going to be the run as they make their way through, and this is just going to be a pure spectacle. The second biggest race on the night, and arguably the most competitive race of the day. We are going to see now as they make their way down into Barcelona. We're going to see how these drivers go in and hold on. This has been a fantastic weekend, and we get to wrap things up with one of the most competitive classes of the day. And here we go. We're going to make our way now down to the start line. And here we go. Coming across the line now. Will Steele leads at Logan Mueller, Max Klein, Eller Klein, and Michael Maker, your top 5-1. And they're going to make their way through. Braden Ebert under investigation for avoidable contact. So avoidable contact for the 978. He is under investigation. We'll see if that one will result in a penalty. Or, I mean, the drivers have gotten a bit of a better handle on things, but that one might just be chopped up to lap 1 incidents, because I mean, you're all bunched together in the lap 1, so it's not super surprising as we see these cars just making their way through. That looks like it's going to be a battle for position. Braden Hebert trying to find something here, as Ryan Miller was going to battle up with Garrett Hagerman. We'll see Marcus Batchon gets ahead, Garrett Hagerman make the move. We saw that move coming on the exit of Barcelona. 8 minutes to go plus 2 laps to go here, Brett, and this one is on fire already.
Yeah, the top 3, Steele, Mueller, Klein, have been able to break away, and it may be a good thing because it is a mess back here for 5th through about 12 as they continue to make moves back here, as this is all happening well behind our leaders. So if they want a chance like what we just saw in the previous, they're going to want to get organized and catch back up to those leaders, but organization is not what it means right now as we see that battle there. One kart had a wheel in the grass, was able to take the lead. As we can see, there is a battle now for the lead. New leader as we head into turn 1. A little beating and banging there as well. A little bumper tag into turn number 1. So put Mueller up, I believe, into the lead. Steele in 2nd, Klein in 3rd. These 3 drivers looking like they're going to work together possibly and gap themselves, because Adler Klein and Marcus Batchun, 4th and 5th, they are waiting in the wings, waiting for these top 3 to continue battling so they can draft back up into this lead pack.
Marcus Batchun also under investigation for avoidable contact as well. That is going to be the 910, who's currently sitting at 5th with the fastest lap to boot. So, I mean, this battle is going to get really, really intense, and we're going to see everything. And I think I just saw a drone fly by. The drone shots on this race must be legendary. I need to see if I can find those later. As Adler Klein goes take the fastest lap of the race with a 51.071. And now it's going to be just absolutely nose to tail. And it is a penalty for Marcus Batchun for avoidable contact. So there will be a penalty applied post-race to Marcus Batchun, the 910. Still waiting to hear back about what happened with Heber, if Brady Heber will get a penalty or not, but it is now going to be a good run. As both drivers, Brady Heber and Batchun, get penalties for that one. So yeah, that's a tough one for both of those drivers. As now we make our way. Now it is going to be nose to tail. You can barely fit a can of Red Bull between them as they are making their way down into this turn 1. Now coming into turn 2. And they are still nose to tail, still giving it their all. Was there contact, it looks like, almost, between Steele and Klein? I mean, that would have been a crazy one, but look at this, it's going to be a move. going into the infield. You don't see that move very often. The move is made into the infield, and that is Max Klein, I think, up in the second.
Yeah, Steele and Klein have been slugging it out since before the start-finish line there. There was even some contact in the final corner, slight contact. But look at this battle now for the brought Adler Klein up into this battle, and it looks like we have 5 karts now you can throw under the blanket in this lead pack, very similar to what we saw in our previous final just a few moments ago. We have about 5 minutes and 2 laps remaining, as it looks like things are going to calm down for the time being. But it has been argy-bargy at times throughout this late final here, the last one of the day, as they are down into the infield section. Logan Mueller Klein continue to lead 1 and 2. Will Steele in third, then Adler Klein in fourth. Also now a part of this battle as they're going up the hill. Everyone stays in line. Looks like they're going to use each other, use that draft, trying to get a run on this front straightaway after they go through this tight section here before they come out onto the straightaway.
Yeah, it's going to be an old one here. It's going to be a fantastic fight. With 4 minutes to go, a move for the lead is in progress. And look at this, big contact and a big wiggle, and that's going to allow for a freebie there. Oh, that is crazy stuff, crazy contact. And wow, that is just so much happening in this one. 5 carts all packed together like a pack of crackers, and they are just absolutely just giving it their all here.
I was about to say, they're not done. One car got hit up into the marbles. We're going to have to see timing and scoring. Our leaderboard is going to change drastically, as it looks like Adler Klein has been able to paw up to the 3rd position, but that could have been disastrous, that last lap there. Great driving by all of these drivers to keep it on the racetrack, even with the one car getting into the marbles as we come down and finish one more lap here. Let's see. Will Steele up into first, Max Klein in second. Logan Mueller went from first to fourth as they're continuing to barge and battle for positions. That's back for 3rd and 4th as the front 3 are now able to get away.
Insanity is the best way to put it here in this one. Just absolute chaos in this one. And I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see these drivers in the final race of the weekend just give it their all. And that's exactly what they're doing. They are leaving nothing to chance as they make their way through Barcelona now, coming now down into the start line. And we're going to see now who can hold on to the lead. Will there be any further positional changes? Klein in the lead now. Klein got the move done earlier on in the lap. And with about 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, it'll be about 4, maybe 5 laps at the absolute most here in this one. And it is just going to be a righteously good fight coming through now. Max is going to just hold on from Will Steele. Will Steele back the lead here in on this straight. We're making the way through. Now we are back to every 2 to 3 packs. Battling out. We have the battle for the top 3 and the battle for the podium, or the runner-ups to the podium. And that's going to be a move up the inside. Oh no, he just got a little speed on corner exit. There will be nothing for him there. Nothing yet. They crossed the line. Should be about 3 to 4 laps to go here in this one.
And keep your eye on Logan Mueller in 4th. Been putting that head down, aggressively trying to get back up to the top 3. Must be some frustration there to go from 1st to 4th due to this attack we saw a few laps ago going into turn 1. So I think 4th, 5th, and 6th, Mueller, Pachone, and Maker are going to have to work together in order to catch back up to this lead trio here, as it looks like Adler Klein was going to duck down briefly there, wanted to make a move, but that's not going to work. They're going to tuck back in single file. You see they're putting their bodies and their whole heads down as they come down to the straightaway, trying to get any type of competitive advantage they can, as we are now down to just 3 laps to go in our final race of the day. Again, we are late in this championship season. Anything, any type of position, any win can help you catapult your way into the championship standings.
Exactly that. I mean, it has just been absolute cinema here as well, and they're going to try to fight tooth and nail for every position available. Because, like you said, the championship is coming down to the wire, Brett. So we know that these drivers are going to do everything they can to get these championships wrapped up, and they are trying to activate the human DRS. And from some angles, I mean, you can see that they're literally just talking their whole body, and they're doing the best turtle impression, although they are far from slow as they're making now 2 laps to go entirety of the weekend. And what a great weekend it has been here. 2 laps to go across the entirety of the weekend. And we're still Max Klein at a wheel steal and Alex Klein in top 3. Logan Mueller in 4th with a fastest lap of a 50.737. And whoo boy, this has been a weekend to remember, but it is not done yet. They are going to go ahead and go in as we're about to begin the final lap here of the weekend here at MCC KartPlex.
Does anyone have anything for Max Klein as he continues to slowly inch his way out to about a 2-kart length lead as he gets the white flag? He's got a healthy lead here. We'll see if he's able to maintain that through the section as the battle continues between Steele and Klein for 2nd and 3rd. Now, if they start battling for 2nd and 3rd, that could be the final nail in the coffin for Klein to get the win, but that's not what's going to happen. Looks like we're getting a great one by the 901 of Will Steele. For the final time, they go up and down the hill, but no one is close enough to Max to make a move.
Yeah, but I mean, anything can happen in the last corner. This is going to be making their way to the last corner for the last time. And it's going to be a drag race down to the line. But Max Klein has done enough. And Max Klein will take the win. And it will steal another Klein. They will all take the checkered flag. But Max Klein wins the A100 Pro-Am Final. Here in this one, the final race of the day is done. It is Max Klein ahead of Will Steele, Adler Klein, Logan Mueller, Marcus Batchun, who did get the fastest lap at the end with a 50.649. Michael Maker to Ryan Miller, Alejandro Gallego, Garrett Hagerman, Braden Ebert, Josiah Phillips, and Warner Angelsica, rounding out your 12 drivers on the field. What a day it has been, and what a weekend it has been here, Brett. We have had a fantastic time over the last 2 days.
Yeah, great weekend of racing, even from the smallest field, giving us the closest finish to the largest field or larger fields like this one. 12 karts, just great racing all around. And great weather also for the people here in Cincinnati who really need it after the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I do want to go ahead and say a massive thank you to everybody who has showed up, whether you're just a fan watching, whether you're trackside or watching us here on the Kart Chasers membership, whether you're a part of the pit crew or one of the drivers. Shout out to all of you guys who have made this weekend possible. I do want to also give a shout out to the director of competition, Seth Stridle, and the timekeeper of Christian Gomez. They have done a fantastic job all weekend long. And of course, a big shout out to Carson behind the scenes, giving you all of the production. And of course, where would I be without shouting out our fantastic camera operators, Liam and Ole. I feel like I might have mispronounced that one, I apologize, but shout out to our camera operators, our production, everybody who made this possible across the weekend. And of course, shout out to you, Brett, for joining me here this weekend.
Oh, thank you so much. Great job to everyone at the racetrack. Thanks to everyone watching at home. It was a great weekend. Ready to come back pretty soon.
Yeah, and last thing I want to say to everybody here, for all of you who have won, and even those who didn't, go ahead and celebrate. You guys have earned this one and a fantastic weekend. Here's some upcoming events here at Kart Chasers. We'll be back here at the MCC Cincinnati KartPlex on September 5th for the next round. And then we go to Trackhouse Motorplex for Night Fight September 10th through 12th. And then USPKS September 19th through 20th. And then the Indy Karting Challenge will be back at the K1 Circuit in Whiteland, Indiana, September 19th. Everybody, be sure you get home safe as well. Safe travels. I know there was a storm that did certainly lighten up here quite a bit, but on behalf of Brett Beldick and myself, Patrick Coleman, we have been your commentators for the action this weekend. See you guys next time, and have a good one. Goodbye.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.